Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
What?
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man! Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Consequences. I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
It's a great day for being sad.
I feel like I'm taking crazy.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What? Come on!
That's hot.
Immediately, if not sooner. I did everything right and they indicted me.
With the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way.
argued to be the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I don't want reality.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
Precision of language. Please.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Come on.
Winter is coming.
Cacao.
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
China? I have to have my China.
I see that you know your judo.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Illegal. Facebook, Zuckerbuck. China. It's very, very strange. Feels like it might be a different time of day than usual. But I won't sit around here talking about where the sun is in the
relation to the Earth. Got a lot of stuff to talk about here this afternoon, so we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, Space Fams. Got a little journey to take through the abyss. Okay. Yeah, slightly impromptu, but really intended to break up what we have to do here today because I didn't stream all weekend because of multiple horrifying reasons. So, we're gonna get right to it. First, though, I have to shout out people in the chat. We still got the holiday decorations on set, of course. Still got the 12 days of Christmas, the 8 days of Hanukkah, was it 7 days of Kwanzaa, I think. Whatever it is. It's all happening right now. Who's here first? I didn't even give medals out, but I guess I'll just say Moa Noah, Morbius Dragon, and Jerry McLean. 1, 2, 3. In chat with Aaron W. as a close fourth. Pitchfork Dragon. Multiple dragons here, I see. Sasha G, the anti-corporatist. Donald Duck. Many Doctors. Ika, Christopher Tabulante. Grand Theft Autobot. I think that's everybody. Disco Wolf. That's definitely gotta be everybody. Alright. Great. Let's get to it. Shit is getting weird in the supposedly leftist space of the internet, of the YouTube. Isn't something that we get into that much, but it has gotten to the level where I felt this deserved an entire discussion. So let's get to it. I am going to try and have a regular stream later, but we are really literally going to talk about this in this situation that's been going on over at TYT. Alright, I think I have this in order. Is this? No, I don't actually. Whatever. It's close to being in order. Let's go to a place called the Vanguard. What is that?
Look, there is one particular channel, it's called the Vanguard. Two young guys host it.
We've been patiently waiting for a track to explode on. You can stun if you want, and your ass will get rolled on. If it feels like our flow's been hot for so long. If you thought that we were gonna fall off, you're so wrong. Gavin, we've been patiently waiting.
Zac with the rhymes over here.
It's officially the end of TYT. It's our world, everyone. Cenk and Ana are just living in it. How you doing this sunny afternoon?
What's up, everyone? It's the holiday time. Everyone is chilling.
It's
supposed
true.
to be spending time with the family, but here we are in the gutter, in the trenches, with all of you, and we got a lot of good to talk about today. We have a full.
Silly and Billy, yeah, that's true. But which one is Silly and Billy? That seems to be somewhat something of a contentious thing. I hear that there's going to be conflicting merchandise out there.
Meltdown, probably the most pathetic,
makes me even more
cringy
confused.
attempt I've seen from Cenk and Ana so far. To try to save face with their audience, with their once loyal viewers. It ain't working out. It ain't working out. It's only getting worse. But yeah, let's take a look, Zach.
Absolutely.
On the bonus episode, but we're making it public for everyone today. A lot of folks, Cenk and Ana, obviously, a lot of folks have had questions about the direction of Young Turks, and
so many questions.
I realized that some people in our audience had good, legitimate questions as well. So we wanted to answer them, clear the air. There's a lot to get to, so I want to get to it as quickly as we can.
I love how Cenk is talking about which there's like some questions are legitimate, some questions not legitimate. Okay. We're going to identify those really quickly. If you're currently watching my show right now and paying for a subscription, that's a legitimate audience member. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. Not people who've stopped watching TYT.
I was going to start with a critical question, but Gavin Mathis was so generous and wonderful on Super Chat. I'm going to start with her comment.
So generous.
And then I'll get to others,
So
but it's
wonderful.
also relevant here. Gabby wrote in, I'm so sick of so-called left-wingers that have badmouthed me for it.
So-called
I was attacked today for
left-wingers.
being TYT. I hate the hate. We should have open discussions and love each other. Love Anna, Cenk, and I am TYT. Since retired, I watched TYT daily and was a progressive since I was 13.
Wow.
Gabby,
They're having this poor old woman who is just like on the internet. Maybe she exists, maybe she doesn't. Oh, I've been
Who's to
watching
say?
TYT every day since I've retired, and I just hate. Oh, how pathetic.
I've said this so many times to you. I love you so much. Thank you for having an open heart and open mind. And
Now, the thing for me is, as a supposed leftist content creator who doesn't spend a lot of time criticizing TYT, the fact that I'm having to do this right now is I think, sort of demonstrative of what's happening. And I'm not that much older than Zac and Gavin. I'm a little older. I'll give them that. But the point is that I've been on YouTube since basically the beginning. Been watching TYT, or I was watching TYT from basically the beginning of YouTube, from around the time they started doing like politically tangential videos. It was really even before they actually started doing really politics outright. I would say they were doing sort of like more like react content to stuff. Eventually, they were doing like honestly, they were doing a bunch of cop watch stuff at one point, which I think is around the time that I found them. That was a long time ago. It was at least 10 years ago, maybe longer. Maybe like, Jesus Christ, what year is it? Oh God, is it gonna be 2025? It's been more than 10 years now. So yeah, I've been aware of TYT for longer than a decade. Supposed leftist here.
She's been
Honestly,
so great on so many
saddened.
issues, including Gaza, etc. And so, anyways, Gabby, you're wonderful for saying that, and that's part of why I want to do this too, because
so great.
Now,
Thanks, Gabby.
Some of these people that are, I don't know, I never know what to call them. We'll talk about it in a minute, but are attacking some of our viewers.
Oh no.
And
no, I think we should name names. Former employees who want to be superstars by attacking us are literally telling our viewers to harm themselves.
What?
Unalive themselves, as streamers like to say. And I don't know how anyone would look at that and think, oh, this is a person of
who's
good moral
doing that?
character, and I should take.
Who is doing that? I've seen a lot of I know a lot of people in chats who are very, very critical of TYT. I've never heard anybody suggest that anybody at TYT or anybody who watches TYT do anything to harm themselves. I don't know where she's getting that from. It's very strange.
Anything that they're saying.
Oh my God! Imagine leading with that. Ana Kasparian, guys, is 100% incapable of grappling with criticism in good faith. I think we have to say it. I think it has to be said. She's incapable of doing it. That's what you lead with. Are you kidding me? One dude, this guy named Dan, who used to work at the Young Turks, apparently jokingly tweeted something about how, TYT viewers should unalive themselves or something. What? I don't think anyone even saw the tweet. Maybe only if they did, it was because Ana Kasparian blew it up and retweeted it, right? But that's not what anyone is saying,
sense.
Bro. That's what you're going to lead with. You're going to try to act like all the criticism boils down to TYT viewers should unalive themselves. That's so stupid.
Yeah, and nobody would say that, dude, because we want all of the rest of your viewers to come over to the new real home of progressives. We know they found you because they have an instinct of solidarity. We know they found you because they want to get a progressive understanding of the world around them, and they want to hear an independent, honest look at the news with a left-wing perspective, okay? Those people are going to join us. We don't think they're dumb. We don't think they're foolish. We think you guys are con artists and used car salesmen and bullshitters, and you have perniciously convinced a lot of people that your position is the progressive one when it is not.
Seriously, telling people
Yeah,
to
and I mean,
take their own lives because
I
you
think
don't.
part of the problem is like, it's not as if they weren't at one point representative of progressive politics, but they have shifted over time. Cenk and Ana, we all know where they have gone, and it's been sort of, it's like what do you call it? There's another word for this. I can think of it as like a poison pill. There's another, can't think of the phrase that I want. Point is they're like incepting people. Also, now what I'm thinking of, right? Because they can be like, oh, look at our record, right? Because if you go far back enough to a particular point in time, you can be like, you know what, it's pretty progressive around here, right? But there's also all this other stuff that's been going on, right? Not just now, but the fact that it's sort of been this factory for the I left, the left, and Ana is sort of just the most recent iteration of that for them. I think is it the third or the fourth most? I think there's one I can't think of right now, but there's definitely like Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin, and there's like one other person that I can't think of right now. Somebody in chat knows who I'm thinking of. But it's, you know, it's disturbing.
Like the show that they're watching is insane.
It's a disturbing trend.
Yeah, it's gotten
undoubtedly
vicious against our viewers, and you know that's unacceptable. And it can.
What viewers?
Are people allowed to disagree, or did people elect these, in my mind, radicals? And we'll talk about why calling them radicals. Mayor of progressive land, mayor, king of the left. When did that happen? When did we vote? When did they get anointed? They
king
sound
of the
like
left. The Vanguard, newly elected king of the left.
King of the left.
Kamala Harris and the establishment people. We have been anointed as the leaders of the left. Have you? I haven't seen that at all. I haven't seen that at all. And then you're going to viciously attack people who have a slight disagreement with you. Now it's past us, but you're attacking people that are viewers.
So let me just say a few other things. So look, there is one particular channel. It's called the Vanguard. Two young guys.
Two young handsome guys. Am I right? Two Young Turks.
It's called what?
So let me just say a few other things. So look, there is one particular channel. It's called the Vanguard. Two young guys host it, and they've had a hate boner for me.
Hate boner.
It started when
it's what's it called? Whoa, that's the wrong one too.
Phrasing.
Good God, I need to be better at my job. I'm out of practice. What was that?
Forever. It started when, fight, disagreement, whatever with Jimmy Dore started. They were on Jimmy Dore's side, and I blocked them because they were just causing problems.
That's actually a blatant lie. I'll tell you when Ana blocked me. Ana blocked me on Twitter because I responded to Ron Placone. And Ron Placone, she was being shitty to Ron, and Ron had already left the Jimmy Dore show because he'd gone completely crazy by that point. And I said, don't worry, Ron. She's just grumpy because her boss endorsed a billionaire real estate mogul, and she liked it. And she blocked us on Twitter after that. So anyway, that's not exactly the truth, Ana, but get used to it, guys. They're going to spread a lot of misinformation about us. That's so hilarious and pathetically wrong. Just wait.
And I didn't want to see what they were posting on
Twitter. They're now pretending to be against Jimmy.
No, I know. And then they had a falling out with Jimmy, but they maintained their hate boner for me. And so if you look at their channel, it's just wall-to-wall, out-of-context clips of us. And unfortunately, well-meaning people who don't know better are going to see those out-of-context clips and their spin and the way they frame things.
All of you dumbasses who are tuning in, she's talking about you. She's like, God, how are you guys so dumb? You're just falling for these guys' lazy grift when they talk about us and how, we don't stand for anything and how we're awash with corporate capital, but our greed just, is endless.
Yeah, also.
Yeah, basically what Ana is saying is TYT's the real left, and all of these fake leftists are just coming and attacking her and Cenk for their actual leftist opinions.
Like, again, these sweeping generalizations. Cenk saying, oh, they pretend to be against Jimmy Dore. We've documented probably on our show more than anything else the reasons why we stopped fucking with that loser, that absolute piece of human garbage. We documented his grift in excruciating details and laughed at him all along the way from before the COVID madness all the way up until recently, when he's really just completely fallen out of relevance entirely. It's been one of our big beats. It's one of the first, grifts we kind of set out to bust, partially because it did affect us personally. Jimmy was such an asshole to us. He was such a deranged, unhinged narcissist to us behind the scenes that, kind of frankly, it was a taste of what was to come. And maybe it did prime us a little bit for the work that we're doing now. But again, for Cenk to say, oh, they pretend to be against Jimmy Dore now, no, we have literally 200 videos probably on our channel that you can watch, again, where we outline in excruciating details the evolution of that relationship. Completely ridiculous, over and over again, just unable to actually address any of the realities of the situation.
Also hilarious to try and do a gotcha about Jimmy Dore. Cenk, you hired him. You gave him a show. You called him the aggressive progressive. What? The platform and success he enjoyed, you were the catalyst for that, Cenk. You were the springboard. Okay, and then you turned on him. So how is that a gotcha for us? Yeah, at one point I was like, Jimmy's a progressive. Cenk also was like, yeah, at one point Jimmy was progressive. And then we said, oh, shit. Clearly he's cosplaying. Clearly he doesn't care about harm reduction. Clearly he only cares about himself. Clearly he only cares about criticizing other progressives. And we documented his downfall like crazy, way more than Cenk did, who stopped caring about Jimmy's impact on the progressive community as soon as it wasn't good for clicks on his channel anymore. Because we actually practice what we preach. We do left independent media critique until they are so fully associated with the right wing, until it's completely clear, until their entire audience is saying, I'm so glad that Jimmy found MAGA. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, thank God. I've always liked Jimmy. I wished he would finally see the light. Thank gosh he's fine. MAGA. I know he won't say it, but he really is MAGA. That's Jimmy's chat and audience now. Okay, so we don't have to cover him anymore. Once that happens to TYT, we'll have other fish to fry. We'll move on.
And think that we're like these, I don't know what they think. I don't even watch their videos. I just see sometimes the thumbnails that people send me and they're laugh
not the
at
thumbnails.
Then how do you know?
Oh no, not the thumbnails.
People who actually know me and know the show really well are just like, what is this?
Oh, I forgot to
but
put Anna on the thumbnail.
It's our names. So if
I wonder if we misrepresent.
I wonder if Anna is gonna see this thumbnail and if she'll be upset that she's not on it. If she feels not included.
It's
unfair of me to have not
included out of context,
her on
and then goes on to say she's never watched any of our videos. So if you've never watched any of our videos,
rude.
how do you know that we play you out of context?
If our name is in the video and the topic of discussion, it's gonna perform well. They're making money off of it, and I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, right? And so others have caught on, and they're doing.
What's so funny is that that's in the entire business model of TYT for about 18 years, is talking about things that's happened on the internet, making money off of things that have happened on the internet. And she's going to try and play victim here.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's completely ridiculous. She says, I don't know what to do about it. They're using our name. Yeah, that's the whole point of YouTube, bro. For years and years, you made videos criticizing Dave Rubin for
TYT is built on the entire foundation of TYT is on reacting to content that already existed. They didn't there was a time when they did have people on the ground like Emma. That was sort of one of the better times for TYT. That was sort of the TYT. It was nearly the TYT sweet spot, I would say.
Well, the same thing that you're now attempting to execute. We're doing the exact same
back
shit.
when-
We learned the
back
best
when she
part,
was on the
frankly.
ground.
Where do you think we learned a lot of this shit from? Again, it was from people like Cenk and Ana and Michael Brooks, who again filleted Dave Rubin so expertly, and Jimmy Dore. He was on to Jimmy before we even were, something that we've given the late Michael Brooks a lot of credit for. But Ana was right there next to him. That's the point. We're not the only people that talk about other channels or other commentators, and we're honest about the fact that we're media critics. That's what we put in our bio. That's what we identify as primarily, not journalists, not investigative reporters. No, we're media critics. That is the focus of our channel. Yeah, we talk about other stories, we talk about politics, but we don't claim to do this cable news wannabe.
Yeah, that's my job, okay? This is space casting on the latest 699. That is nice. I like that. It's very nice.
Bullshit show where we sit here like Walter Cronkite or Rachel Maddow or whatever, and I'm doing a news show. No, we don't even put on that front at all. We're honest about what we are. People that watch our show understand that. They're not stupid, right? And again, to act like it's unique to the Young Turks, no, you guys actually aren't that special. We did a million videos talking about Kyle Kulinski's beef with Joe Rogan. There was like a whole month where pretty much all we talked about was Vosh, because he was going through that big controversy with his folder full of, unspeakable horrors, right? That's the point, bro. It's content, it's drama, it's YouTube, and you guys keep serving up the shit. You guys keep serving up the slop for us to react to. You're not exactly making it easy for us to tune this out when it's just constant embarrassments falling on your face over and over and over again, right? So that's completely ridiculous as well. You guys actually aren't special. You're just the most interesting thing to talk about at the moment.
Doing the same thing. And unfortunately, that narrative starts to snowball, and I don't know what to do. Do I defend myself on this show? Do I call them out?
The narrative starts to snowball. 1 second.
And think that we're like these, I don't know what they think. I don't even watch their videos. I just see sometimes the thumbnails that people send me and they laugh at it. People who actually know me and know the show really well are just like, what is this?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's our names. So if our name is in the video and the topic of discussion, it's gonna perform well. They're making money off of it. And I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, right? And so others have caught on and they're doing the same thing. And unfortunately, that narrative.
I like how, again, she's so condescending to the audience, as if the people who are watching the videos are just all sheep. And they're not watching these videos for a reason. No, the reason why people are making these videos, for one, but also the reason why people are watching them is because we're articulating something that people agree with, that they resonate with, that they understand and feel themselves. We're giving a voice. In addition to other channels and other content creators, we're giving a voice to this frustration that people feel. If there was no there, then people wouldn't be watching. It's true. You think if TYT was not doing anything wrong, if people didn't sense in their heart and in their soul that there was something off here, that our videos would be performing well? No, they'd be telling us to F off. You know what I'm saying? If we started, if we just started randomly to do a witch hunt against Kyle Kulinski because our views are down 1.
Seriously though, TYT viewer disenfranchisement feels like it's a meme at this point in YouTube chats. I see it so much. People talking about the latest thing that they were disappointed by. People who had been watching TYT, I assume, for years.
And we were like, who's a piece of shit? Kyle Kulinski. I never liked that bastard. Let's take him down. People would tell us to F off. They'd be like, dude, Kyle's a good guy. He's not a grifter. You're clearly just trying to smear him for money and attention. That's fucked up. That's what the unanimous response would be. But again, people agree with us. People know we're not just making this up for money. People know we're not just saying this for clicks. We wouldn't do that. We have a vested interest in progressive media. That's actually why we're so animated about this. Why we're so pissed. Because I watched the Young Turks go from a freaking model, a vessel of something that was really genuinely exciting in the space and representative of a real interesting brand for progressivism. It turned into what it is now, right? That's a big part of the reason why we're so pissed off.
Narrative starts to snowball, and I don't know what to do. Do I defend myself on this show? Do I call them out? I don't want to waste your time with that, which is why I've largely ignored it. But then when you largely ignore it, it ends up snowballing into this big narrative that reality is unfair.
She'd rather waste your time with a debunked story about how gang members in Aurora, Colorado have taken over an entire apartment building.
So what winds up happening is, if they, any of these channels, if they do a video on policy or the news like we do, it doesn't perform that well. But when they do a video attacking TYT, it does much better. And so
let's talk about why that is, Cenk. Let's talk about how YouTube and the people that you've cuddled up to over the years have designed it to be that way, right?
How dare we react to
competitive
things?
Advantage that has occurred.
Now I don't know. I don't know if the Vanguard boys are old enough to remember vintage TYT material like I do, but I was on the internet. I remember being confused what TYT was, because when I first found them, it was at a certain point, but they still had all these videos on their channel, stuff like camel toe react videos, right? And they were like this weird left. It was like not even. Wasn't even left adjacent. It was like just weird YouTube entertainment channel weekly, but with less FCC regulation. It was a weird place. It was a very weird channel. They have oscillated between all sorts of different stuff, but at one point were, all they could talk about is being the home of progressive, and they're still trying to do that now. But if you're somehow here and not aware of it, they Cenk just went on TPUSA.
It's apocalypse, right? What happens is the only channels that get prioritized when you're doing direct news content are going to be channels of authority, right? Or channels who have amassed a large enough subscriber base that they can blast out their news content and not rely so much on the artificial algorithm, right?
I'm not making that up. The videos don't exist anymore, I don't think. I looked for them at one point. But they used to do camel toe react videos. Cenk and Ana would look at the latest camel toe vids on YouTube or whatever it was. I don't even know if they were on YouTube, but they would just, they would literally just be like, oh, I don't remember exactly what the commentary was on it. But when I first saw it, I was like, holy fuck. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I think it was like, because it was like, at some point, you go from watching their political videos, you run out of political videos, and you start looking through what they're doing in the past, right? You start like looking at some of their old videos, like, oh, I wonder what else they've got on this channel, right? And I don't know, like a few years at least before I had ever found their channel, that was what they were doing, and like other sort of like entertainment channel style react stuff. Then they fell into the whole progressive thing and went into that really hard. But then, as you've seen, like there's been this very strange revolving door out of TYT into the right wing creator space. Oh shit, Omegastar with the super sticker. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How's it going with you?
So they don't have to play the game as much because they have a million people who have already decided to get their news from them. And what happens, guys? It means the entire ladder gets brought up with you. I want to give you guys a great example of a channel. Anybody that's looking for a really, really talented, well-researched, thoughtful broadcaster, somebody who is going to give you straight news and no drama, go over and check out the Good Politic Guy channel, right? Go ahead and look at how easy it is to grow your YouTube channel when you're doing straight, dry news. That guy has 52,000 subs, and he's earned every single one of them, grinding it the fuck out. And sometimes he'll still walk away with a really, really good video that I'll watch, and it'll get like 1,000 views after 24 hours, 48 hours. And I'll be like,
that is literally the
play.
play.
He does good stuff. And he got promoted by Kyle Kulinski.
I mean, the same thing happens to us. As Cenk references, we'll put out a video that's really substantive and dry, and not as many people check it out, but we post it anyway, right?
100%. But what I'm saying is Cenk wants to maintain that advantage. He doesn't want to see channels like Mac be able to compete with him one-on-one. He doesn't want the floor to be equal like it was when Cenk got his start on YouTube. Like it was when even guys like Kyle got their start on YouTube. It was a much different world.
Yeah, when him and Kyle were on YouTube,
value that you're dealing with every single regular cable news outlet putting out a ton of dry news content on.
The algorithm hadn't happened yet. When Cenk had first found YouTube, it was before the first and the second, and I think there's been at least 3 adpocalypses that Cenk has been on YouTube for, right? But he managed to get his start before any of that shit happened, before the news got prioritized by YouTube's algorithm. Holy shit, Soul Life with a $20 super sticker. That is some beautiful citrus love in chat. My god, thank you. And Morbius with a super chat. Has nothing to say, but still appreciated.
YouTube, as well as every independent news outlet putting out news clips on YouTube, it becomes a wash, and there's no way to break out as a young person. So you're 100% right, Cenk. We were like, you know what? You know what's a savvy way to make sure that we break out? Let's make sure that we're always reviewing other people's clips. But guess what, Cenk? We'd be happy to review the Young Turks positively. We'd be happy to give you flowers. We'd be happy to be your biggest fans. That's what we do. In fact, Cenk, you might not want to talk about it, but there are dozens of videos on our channel where we're fawning over your ability to come after people.
Yeah, and the fact is I used to be subscribed to basically all of TYT's channels, including the sort of, tangential creators. But over the years, I've unsubscribed from the main channel, and then, one by one, I've just been kind of like dropping a lot of the other ones that existed or gone to other people who left the network more than anything. And then when it comes to the other things that I used to really appreciate on their channel, I don't even feel like using anymore, like TYT Investigates and some of the other clip channels that they have, which in a lot of ways are, should be important resources, but it just feels wrong to even give their network clicks anymore.
You were going on Piers Morgan in the months after 10/7 in 2023. We were giving you so much flowers. We were talking about how the left needs to just go out there and be proud and rip people's throats out and say, you're disgusting. I'm not going to hear this from you. And we also gave Ana Kasparian flowers when she was vulnerable at the DNC. And she told a very moving story about how her family was from Armenia. And when they had to escape, they fled to Palestine and they were welcomed. And then that's her ancestry, and she feels a direct connection to the people of Palestine, right? We talked about how that was a beautiful story, and we hope that informed her coverage more. We give them credit when they deserve it. The problem is they've been fucking up so bad that we've had to talk about it every day.
Yep. And again, Cenk and Ana don't actually have a problem with drama content, even on its face, right? Back in the day when that kid Sahil, the progressive voice, used to blow smoke up their ass constantly, Ana had him on her show and said, I love the progressive voice. It's my favorite channel. I love drama, right? Why? Because Sahil was a fan of hers. And, admittedly at the time, there was a lot more to be a fan of. I don't blame him for being a TYT fan at that point. That was the era to be a TYT fan. We probably would have been making pro TYT content in that era also if we had had a channel back in 2016. But again, they never judged Sahil for making drama videos every day, for, turning the progressive voice into the TMZ of progressive YouTube at the time, before we came onto the scene, quite frankly. No, they never cared about that, nor does Cenk judge his new bestie, Piers Morgan, someone whose ass he constantly blows smoke up. This tweet was hilarious. He's, the two online people of the year, according to Cenk, are Piers Morgan and Joe Rogan. But he gives credit to Piers here for setting up a fun carnival in the middle of the internet. Piers Morgan is a total tabloid, political talk show. That's what it is. The whole point is drama. It's Jerry Springer, but for politics, as many people have pointed out. Cenk.
Okay, we're gonna keep this going. Not gonna watch this whole thing. Look at all the holiday stuff around here. All right. There was more stuff I was gonna put on, but I have been completely inundated. I went video by video, 300 live streams. Also been going through my other content, as I found out some really annoying news. It's forced me to edit literally every single video. Oh, it's been a fucking struggle. Alright, let's go here now to a place called Secular Talk. Well, talking? Secular Talking? Is that what it is? Just kidding. Just kidding. Why does that sound weird? There we go. Fixed it. Kyle Kulinski.
All right, guys. So, Cenk Uygur, he's been doing the right-wing podcast circuit since the election. And in his mind, he says, look, I'm trying to go out there and I'm trying to find areas of agreement between the populist right and the populist left to advance our agenda at a time when Trump won and the right won. And he says, hey, I'm finding a lot of agreement with these people. A lot of these people are agreeing on some, basic things that I'm laying out there. Now, I have a lot of problems with that. for one thing, I don't think the Tim Pools of the world and the Patrick Bet-Davids of the world, I don't think you could take them at their word. They aren't remotely populist. Are there Republican voters out there who maybe you're part of a union and voted for Obama but then voted for Trump? Are those people reachable, and should you actually put in the effort to try to swing those people back? Absolutely, you should do that. But this is not that, right? This is right-wing propagandists who are part of their media machine, who are elites. They are not outsiders. They are not populists. And so I have an issue with that strategy. I have no problem going on Tim Pool or going on PBD, or in fact, I did go on PBD. I have no problem doing this right-wing podcast circuit, but it's got to be more adversarial. It's got to be more, look, we're going to debate, and I'm going to lay out my worldview and say why I think Trump is bad and Trump is wrong and why the direction we're going to go is negative, etc., right? But no, so this one actually shocked me, right? Cenk went to America Fest, which is a MAGA gathering of the TP USA crowd. Now, this is an event that Donald Trump spoke at, I believe the day after Cenk spoke. Like, Donald Trump headlined the event, right? So this is like the heart of MAGA land. And again, I want to reiterate, this isn't some union worker who voted for Obama then flipped to Trump. This is like elite MAGA insiders. This is where he went. So let's take a look. We'll watch this whole thing, and we'll see what we make of it. Here we go.
So, Cenk, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
I mean, right off the bat, I think Cenk should question himself. Why did they give me a warm?
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with Kyle Kulinski, he was one of the people I mentioned while we were talking during that Vanguard video. He's one of the oldest progressive sort of leftist YouTube content creators, I think, in existence, right? Him, Sam Cedar, and technically TYT, you know, even though they have shifted so far to the right and become sort of a poison pill. Still, there's another word I keep thinking. I'm trying, another phrase I just still is eluding me right now, but yeah, we don't go to him a lot, honestly. I don't know why I'm subscribed to him. I just don't get, honestly, I don't think I can get my videos recommended to him a lot. I'm subscribed to so much shit. Yeah, he's OG YouTube.
I think Charlie Kirk said, hey, like, be nice or whatever, but why do you think they gave you a warm welcome? My guess is because a lot of what they've been saying lately on TYT is castigating what he calls the max left and going after them and fighting with them and really sort of putting an onus on their disagreements with the max left. That's probably why they're cheering you, Cenk, because it's like, hey, lately, these people have been fighting people to their left. So let me cheer them. That's my guess as to why they gave you a positive reaction. All right, here we go.
Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement, and I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic Party, it's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done. And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution.
I said this is the first time we watched this together, like pieces of this. I think like a couple days after Turning Point did this, maybe even the day after. But I was like, dude, why does Cenk walk in here and immediately concede this insane point? Not even a point. Like nobody's even claiming. But he just walks in and is like, hey, here you go. Like, great job. Turning Points, Republicans, right wingers. Love you guys. You did such a great job on the revolution.
Help, I'm being repressed.
The revolution, okay.
Against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell.
Oh
That's
my
a great
God.
thing, okay?
No way. Why are we supposed to be so excited that Mitch McConnell is hated? He's voted for so much garbage. Of course, people hate Mitch McConnell. It doesn't matter though. Like the same people would clap for people with just as horrifying ideologies as Mitch McConnell, right? Just say a different name. All right.
Let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
Not even in office anymore.
My
Older than
left-wing
Mitch
friends out
McConnell,
there, we have been
somehow.
waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives.
Like
Take the win.
90,000 years
Take the
old.
win.
Cenk, the only reason they're booing Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney is because they view Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney as anti-Trump. They're not booing Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney because Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney are for wars and they're for tax cuts for the rich and they're for corruption and these people are against that. That's not the case. Because Trump is for wars and for tax cuts for the rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And the name Cheney is representative of the rhino Republican right now that is so hated by basically most Republican voters. Republican voters hate never Trumpers, right? That's what the Republican base is, okay?
And does the corruption, and they love Trump. So you're giving them too much credit in assuming, hey, they're booing Mitch McConnell and they're booing Dick Cheney, and it comes from this sincere place of principled opposition to corruption and war and tax cuts for the rich. It's not the case.
Follow the rich way, man.
And this is, okay, this is my issue with what he's doing here is, Cenk, these people do love the establishment. Donald Trump is the establishment. I understand the argument of like, Trump has the optics of being...
Yeah, I mean, if they hate the establishment, where was the uproar from Republicans upon Donald Trump's revealing of his cabinet and all of his nominations, all the billionaires and multimillionaires who literally own everything that the voters, the majority of voters, either have to, work to occupy or get wages from. I mean, it's insane, putting in oil billionaires and tech billionaires into office. Come on, where's the outrage of that? If you're so anti-establishment, then why are you more mad about all these establishment people?
Outsider, the optics of being unfiltered and being a populist and being anti-establishment. I understand he has the optics, but you cannot lend that argument credence by pretending it's real and it's true. It's not real and it's not true, and Trump is the establishment. He is the establishment.
Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
But this is why they bring you in. This is why they bring you in. They're bringing you in to shit on Democrats. That's the whole point. They want you to shit on Democrats. That's all they're taking away from this. The only vibe they're taking away from this and why they cheered you at the beginning is, oh, he's going to shit on Democrats. Hooray, keep shitting on Democrats. That's the problem with this, right? Is that if you actually tell these people in the audience the truth, that, hey, just so you know, Kamala Harris's policies were way more populist and way more pro-worker than Donald Trump's, they wouldn't accept that. They would boo in your face. They would tell you you're wrong. You'd be viewed as an enemy. It's becoming the oldest trick in the book. The right is great at dividing and conquering.
Absolutely. They hyper-focus in on one issue that they believe is going to essentially stir up some emotional thing with one group of people and essentially convince them that Democrats aren't going to solve that for them. And what's interesting about some of the framing of all this, like, you know, talking about how, oh, they hate the establishment and stuff. But Turning Point, if I'm not mistaken, I just need to look this up. What was it? I think it was created before Donald Trump was president. Right? It was years before it. I can't find. What's wrong with what the fuck? Yeah. 4 years. It was a full election cycle before it, and you know, the entire thing was talking about how, you know, Donald Trump was God. You know, I'm not even talking about like figuratively. I think Glenn Beck literally called Donald Trump God. We watched Glenn Beck talk about how, you know, Donald Trump was like the reincarnation of Jesus or something, coming to save America.
And they're bringing in Cenk Uygur to shit on other Democrats, and people don't care about the nuance.
But I guess my point was that Turning Point is representative, essentially, of what they've been talking about forever, is how the Republican Party needs a young base, and all that they talk about is Donald Trump loyalty, right? And that is the future of, and basically the current state of the Republican Party. It's what we can expect to see a fascinating display. We're going to talk more about that later tonight.
His argument, they will walk away with the vibe of Cenk is shitting on Democrats. It's good that when he's shitting on Democrats, aren't Democrats so bad? So it's reinforcing their narrative. It's helping them with their propaganda. When the fact is, for all the criticisms I have of even the establishment Democrats are way better than the MAGA Republicans. They just are.
And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney?
But now, Cenk, you're going to bring up, well, hold on. Lindsey Graham and Tom Cotton are some of the biggest neocon warmongers in the country. And they supported Trump vociferously. You're going to bring that up, right? You're going to say, yeah, we'll attack the neocons who support Kamala Harris like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, but you guys will boo Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham, and you'll criticize Trump for that. And you'll criticize for Trump. Remember when Don Jr. said to Cenk on Twitter, I'm going to keep neocons out of the administration. And then literally like the next day, Trump picked 7 different neocons to be in the administration. Remember that? And what happened? Was there a MAGA revolt? Did the base say, we're not accepting Marco Rubio as Secretary of State? We're not accepting Brian Hook overseeing the transition for defense. These are all...
Okay. Let's move this to about here.
Disagreement where there is no middle ground. There's a genocide going on in Gaza. Trump has been going around saying...
Illegal.
We got to go further. The problem with Joe Biden is he held Israel back too much. That's the problem. We got to let Israel finish the job. We got to deport pro-Palestine protesters. We got to allow Israel to annex the entire West Bank. This is his position. What part of... So they can take, I'm pro-Holocaust, pro-genocide, pro-concentration camps, pro-killing little kids and sniping them in the head as Israel has been doing.
Illegal.
They can take that position, and I'm supposed to say, yeah, I disagree, but let's go have a beer? There are some things that are such core disagreements that you shouldn't have a fucking beer. Duh. Why is this like a controversial thing?
So let me see if I can get agreement. And this, I don't know which way this is going to go. Okay. So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements. Okay. And on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle.
I just realized I got to go back. This completely distracted me. Jocelyn Bell Burnell and Robin Williams have the same haircut.
What?
You shouldn't have a fucking beer. Duh. Why is this like a controversial thing?
So let me see if I can get agreement. And this. I don't know which way this is going to go. Okay. So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements. Okay. And so on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that. Okay. But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, healthcare, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start.
At this exact same event, listen to this.
Does this so-called gender-affirming butchery actually produce...
Wow.
Never.
It's a little
there is no such
inflammatory.
thing as a healthy transition because you cannot actually become the opposite sex. No matter what drugs or what surgeries you get, it only makes you into a disfigured man or woman.
Oh, wow.
These are the stressed boys and girls who deserve better than this.
Same event. Cenk, they don't agree. Right now, you have Republican states. Some Republican states are cracking down on all gender-affirming care for minors. Forget the surgery. There is no bottom surgery done for kids. Very, very rarely there's top surgery. But for some kids, they get either the hormone treatment or puberty blockers.
Yeah. Also, I want to point this out. While Cenk is gaslighting us, Soul Life is also gaslighting us because I'm not seeing Robert G in chat anywhere. Okay, I'm looking back. I can see all the chats. I don't see anything. So this is Soul Life. This is a soul lighting, is what it is. And a Cenk lighting.
States are saying ban that. We're done with that. There are some Republican states that are saying ban all trans health care, even for adults. They don't agree with you, even on that bare minimum. Oh, hey, constitutional rights for trans people. The consternation is people being honest and being like, I don't really agree with that. That's why Charlie Kirk's reaction wasn't, I agree with constitutional rights for trans people. His reaction was, there is no constitutional right to housing. Right? So they don't agree. You're giving them way too much credit and assuming they don't actually like really hate trans people and think they don't exist, right? Or think they shouldn't exist, right? No, they actually think trans people shouldn't exist. There's a spectrum on the right. Some are more reasonable than others, but the default perspective for a lot of these people, don't take my word for it. Look at the Michael Knowles of the world. Look at the Matt Walshes of the world. Look at the things they say. Look at the legislation being passed. They actually don't think anybody should be trans. They don't think trans is a thing. They think it's a degeneracy. They think it's a perversion. They think it's an affront.
Illegal.
So in the same way that back in the day, they didn't think gay people, that's a phase, it's stupid, it's immoral, it's a sin, nobody should be that, etc. They didn't think gay people really existed. They don't think trans people should exist. They don't think they should exist. Another event at the exact, another thing at the exact same event. Panel discussion.
Yup, and there's plenty of other insane things that we saw said at the Turning Point event this year. I mean, every year it's a just a fascinating display. But I mean, they had Glenn Beck on, they had Steve Bannon, they had on I'm trying to think of all the fascinating people that came to talk. Oh god, my brain just broke. Oh, you know, the list was insane. It was crazy. Now let's go to a different channel. Oh, I just realized the last one was actually the first one to start not the first one to start a lot of this. But that, I'm fine with that because we've been going chronologically for most of this, and then we'll go back in time at the very end, depending on time. How are we doing on time? We're doing fine. We're doing fine. Random midday stream. Let's go here. Now, with all this stuff going on, you got the Vanguard boys coming out, getting mentioned for their trolling of Cenk and Ana's horrifying on screen behavior. And yeah, you got, pretty much, so many other people, right, that may not be You know, like Secular Talks, honestly, it was much bigger than Vanguard. He's going at him now, right? And he tends to try and stay out of those sorts of things, oftentimes. You got, I mean, so many other voices complaining about what's going on over there. Cenk thought it would be a good idea to make the rounds, if you will, sort of hit the circuit, the online YouTube podcast circuit, and talk to some people he hoped might help him explain what the fuck the point of him going to Turning Points was, like what's been going on with TYT, perhaps. Such a big opportunities here.
Co-founder of the Young Turks and self-described progressive, Cenk Uygur, he's gone on the defense after his weekend appearance at Turning Point USA's America Fest. If y'all didn't know, that is like MAGA. It's like right-wing / MAGA central. Cenk, who's been right here on the show before, joined MAGA influencer Charlie Kirk on stage. Charlie Kirk. Other speakers included Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and the big kahuna, Donald J. Trump. Just to give you a sense of what this place is, who be there, and what they be doing when they get there. Again, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, and Donald Trump. When Steve Bannon is the least controversial person in the list, you know something is wrong. And this was a move that left a lot of people, particularly progressives, scratching their head. And I could see why. Let me show you a little piece of the actual moment where he's on stage, because this is weird.
I don't want reality.
And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes.
We already watched this, so we're going to move past this. Well, one other thing that we didn't really mention before, but if you're not aware, Mitch McConnell just stepped down as speaker. So he's no longer going to be majority leader, and is basically irrelevant now in Republican politics, because even Republicans are sick of having to deal with him and, just all the senior moments he's always having.
Anti-Semitogen.
Yes, anti-Semitogen. Mitch, you go back to your office.
Cheney. My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win.
Oh, they need some applause, do they? Oh, yay.
What we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's. And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney?
Yeah, I mean, no one's saying that was a good idea. I don't know why he decided to go to Turning Points USA to basically just reinforce how bad Democrats are, really. That's what he came to do. He didn't come to talk about how shitty all of the things that they're there to talk about, how Glenn Beck came out with some of the dumbest props to illustrate the fact that Donald Trump is God. and how actually there's a witch hunt going on, and like all this other crazy shit. And no, he just came out to be like, oh, actually, Democrats are bad as all your least favorite Republicans. Aren't we? We should mostly be friends.
What Cenk Uygur is doing right here, and I like him. He's been on the show. I've been on his show, but I gotta call a spade a spade. This is bizarre. But what's more bizarre is not just the fact that people were outraged by it, but that he somehow couldn't understand why people were outraged by it.
I don't want reality.
Let me, Cenk, give you some context here, because what you're doing here is very dangerous. I'm not going to call you a grifter. I'm not going to call you disingenuous like the other people on social media have. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think you're just wrong. I'm willing to give you the most generous read possible because I think you've earned it. And the most generous read I can give you is that you're just doing something ridiculously wrong, completely wrong-headed, the wrong calculus, the wrong expectations. I'm going to assume you're not trying to just, play one end against both ends against the middle. I'm going to assume that you're not trying to get right-wing money. I'm going to assume all the things that people are saying about you right now are not true. And this isn't like a subtle way of like throwing jabs at you. I'm saying I'm going to genuinely, sincerely assume that you are operating.
That's incredibly generous, Marc.
And I'm going to say, hey, maybe he's just completely wrong here. First of all, you appear at a conference, or whatever you want to call it, America Fest.
Marc seems genuinely sad that he has to do this.
Was that a convention? That's what I was looking for. With Charlie Kirk, you jump on stage with Charlie.
It could be because his camera's lagging.
Charlie Kirk.
No, he looks sad.
A racist. Charlie Kirk is not like a soft, subtle racist the way, we might suspect that a whole lot of people who have a particular political perspective might have a little seed of racism and might have a little trace of racism here. No. Charlie Kirk is not just the person who says, oh, white privilege isn't real, although he says that. He's not the person that hates the books and fights against the 1619 Project and helped organize the 1776 Commission, which is basically to whitewash history. He did that. All that stuff is like the normal stuff. I mean, that's just regular right-wing racism, right? I mean, he called George Floyd a scumbag. That's pretty bad. This man said that Martin Luther King was an awful person.
How rude.
He called the Civil Rights Act of 1964 awful, a huge mistake. This is like public accommodation.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is the basic stuff here. He's gross. Charlie Kirk does not represent our interests. Charlie Kirk is not somebody. This isn't the horseshoe theory, right? I mean, maybe in some people's minds it is, but this isn't like, oh, we see the world very differently, but we kind of converge on this one issue. Charlie Kirk is dangerous. In addition to being racist, he says that no abortions are ever medically necessary. I'm talking about like literally, if a woman were going to die,
Jesus, I say
literally
that.
going to die if she did not have an abortion, he would say die then. He's the person spreading the conspiracy theories about COVID-19. He was defending Trump, telling us that hydroxychloroquine worked.
Immediately,
he's the one
advancing
narratives that the election really was stolen. He is a problem. He is homophobic. He is transphobic. I could go on.
This woman is dangerous,
there's
ladies
very
and gentlemen.
little that could be said about Charlie Kirk. That is good. I know that Cenk.
You see what I mean?
Uygur stands.
Do you see what I mean about Marc? In this moment, it is it's pretty clear that he's struggling with all this. He's like very disappointed that he has to do this right now. But Cenk wants to come on this show, so he has to be, he has to be consistent. Be like, hey, buddy, so you've been doing all this stuff lately. Would you like to explain any of it?
Ethical, principled, humanistic values. Charlie Kirk opposes all of that. So when you stand on stage with him, you lend legitimacy to him. Now I hear you saying, "Oh well, they won the election. They kicked our ass. They already have legitimacy." Yeah, they have electoral power. That's not the same as legitimacy. You're giving moral legitimacy to them. You're encouraging people to say, "Hey, our political differences are just that." And it allows people to frame our political differences as minor differences of opinion, as opposed to high stakes moral, ethical issues that reflect our fundamental humanity. In other words, it's like, oh, we see the world differently, but we can still come together. That's the way people like to talk about politics. But the things we differ on are high stakes things. These aren't things like, oh, well, I believe in offshore drilling and you don't. Oh, I believe that this is the way to recover the economy or stimulate the economy, and you believe that's the way to stimulate the economy. No, you don't believe that some people are people. You don't believe that some people are worth protecting. You don't believe that some people are worth living. And when you stand next to that person and make your differences seem relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, you make it seem as if it's okay to have those positions. You legitimize ridiculousness, even among people who voted for Donald Trump. Some of them voted for Donald Trump. Again, I think they're completely wrong to vote for Donald Trump, but they voted for Donald Trump for very particular reasons. And now you're taking a whole, so we can't say, well, just because those people already voted for Donald Trump, so they're already powerful, and what I say and do next to them doesn't matter because they're already Trumpers. No, they could be a Trumper and still, I don't know, believe in science. And now you stand next to Charlie Kirk, and they're encouraged not to. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And you're trying to make it seem as if
I love that. At no point does
the left that's criticizing you is being dogmatic and unrealistic, etc. And that's ridiculous.
Oh God!
Look at this. Cenk writes, "I'm genuinely curious to see if folks on the left feel this is outrageous. We do. Spoiler alert. I go to talk to MAGA. They boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. On what planet is that a bad thing?"
I love how the majority of this is just Marc going at Cenk, even though Cenk is his guest. It's for like it's a 17.5-minute video. 11 minutes is at least 11 minutes.
Are you kidding me?
Dedicated to telling Cenk what the fuck.
Yeah, this is where you're too smart to be this. Like, are you being obtuse here? They didn't boo Mitch McConnell because they disagree with Mitch McConnell's policies. They didn't boo Mitch McConnell because they disagree with his politics. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because he prosecuted an imperial war. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because he destroyed and liquidated Iraq. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because of the Patriot Act. They booed Dick Cheney because they didn't endorse Donald Trump. I guarantee you that if Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney were hardcore Trumpers, or just if Donald Trump today were to tweet or whatever his Truth Social platform is, if he were to say, "I love Mitch McConnell, please support him. Dick Cheney's my guy. Let's move forward," everybody in that room would be cheering for Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. So this isn't about.
You don't think that Marc is going hard enough at Cenk? You think he's giving him too much credit? That he's saying he's too smart?
The MAGA crowd and the political progressive crowd having a shared critique and distaste for Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. No, they're booing Dick.
Wow. So Life not doing his job and instead hiding people from chat. That is wow.
How rude. Cheney because he didn't endorse Donald Trump.
It's all be civil.
You, Cenk, Uygur, believe that Donald Trump is awful. So if you believe Donald Trump is awful and that nobody should vote for Donald Trump, and they're booing Dick Cheney because he didn't vote for Donald Trump. In other words, the people doing the booing wanted the thing that you think is awful. Y'all don't have the same politics. I need to know why they're booing Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. I need to know why. If tomorrow Mitch McConnell saved a kid out of a burning building, and tomorrow Dick Cheney, you know, I don't know, donated all of his money to a prison abolition fund, that crowd would boo them. And I wouldn't be like, oh, well, they booed Mitch McConnell, Dick Cheney, so we good money. No, I need to know why they're booing. In this case, they'd be booing because they're endorsing things that they hate and that I like.
Did I have
this
the
is the
wrong
problem.
fucking video to this bitch right here?
Now, Cenk is right.
Hold on.
He's absolutely right.
Am I fucking up?
Kamala Harris hitched her wagon to Dick Cheney to Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney, and it was an awful move. The people wanted progressive values. They wanted a progressive agenda. You kept moving further and further to the right. I'm not defending Kamala Harris. It's important, though, that we understand why she made that move. It's because the very people in that crowd, the one you are pandering to, said that Kamala Harris was too leftist. They said she was too radical.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot.
On what planet is Kamala Harris too progressive or radical?
That's why. Oh my God.
She probably wasn't going to move in Israel-Palestine anyway, because they never do. I'm talking about U.S. presidents.
Right. That's fine. That's fine, actually.
But that's the crowd they call her Nancy Schumacher.
That's way.
And a Nancy Zionist.
Way longer. That makes more sense. See, I watched this earlier and just sort of went onto Marc's channel and added the most recent video with Cenk on it, and somehow added his, I think. This was the before part of it. So actually, hold on. Let me fix this. Wow. I just debated you. That's my bad. This should fix it, right? Oh, come on. Be reasonable. Okay, that's fucked up. There we go. Fixed it.
Degeneracy, they think it's a perversion. They think
this should fix it.
Co-founder of the Young.
There we go. All right. This was when Cenk went on to Marc Lamont Hill's show. Same day that this video dropped.
Hit like and subscribe. You're watching the Marc Lamont Hill.
Since we already heard a bunch of the preamble to it, let's get right to the discussion.
I wanted to keep that piece in because I know
the Hanukkah TIE Fighter, or
a lot of people have been quoting Cenk out of.
I assume you just noticed the Hanukkah TIE Fighter, and not the dreidel on the news desk over here. There's that, and then there's, like you notice, I think the TIE Fighter back there, and then back here we got the we got the Hanukkah over here, and what other? I feel like I have another one. I can't think of where the other one is. Whatever. Let's go back.
Context and making it seem as if he was just leaning toward the right. And it's very important to note that he also said, for you leftists out there, he said we need to also have that same energy toward Joe Biden, toward Kamala Harris, so that we can have a true progressive movement, a true left-wing movement. I want to bring him in now so we can talk about what this all means. My friend Cenk, good to see you.
Good to see you, Marc. Appreciate that you had me on so we could talk it through rather than just yelling at each other or talking at each other, etc. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. After you appeared there, and I want to get to the why of that. You said something else. Actually, before we go there, talk to me. What made you go to this thing? Why would you appear there?
Yeah. So I've got to rewind all the way back to about a year ago to explain that. Because if you had asked me a year ago, would you go to AmFest and talk to Charlie Kirk? I'd say, I mean, is he ready for what I'm about to do? Right. And so what happened? I started being deeply concerned about 15, 16 months ago about Joe Biden.
Deeply
and I was like, this
concerned.
guy's falling apart at the seams. And we got to beat Trump, and there's no way in the world this guy's going to beat Trump. And so both because of his mental decline, but also because of the numbers. The numbers were overwhelming. Anyone who knew politics understood he had no chance of winning. That's why I had.
This is a fascinating take from Cenk, considering how well or horrifyingly bad his campaign went. If anybody recalls, in most states. I don't even think he got on the ballot in the majority of states. And on the ones that he was on the ballot in, his vote was like sub 3% in most places, wasn't it? It was like minuscule.
I had strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James Carville and other people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So as you might remember, I ran against Biden in the primary just because I got so desperate. I was trying to bring progressive.
I love how he just listed Carville as one of his go-to analysts.
Into the race, and I tried to bring governors into the race. I'm like, somebody's got to beat Trump. And so then when I ran in that act of breaking glass in case of emergency, just to try to push out Biden in any way, shape, or form, I started going on a lot of shows, and some of them wound up being right-wing shows. And in the beginning, I was just as skeptical as a lot of folks on the left are now. But slowly, I started seeing something. And so, guys, I don't want to get it twisted. It's not like I started saying, "Oh my God, the right wing they're all angels, and none of them have any bad intent." So no, of course not. That's any description of 77 million people.
Did some people not hear about Cenk's presidential campaign run? Oh my God. That was a thing. And it was hilariously pathetic. We talked about it I think we've mentioned it a couple of times. If anything, I've mentioned it as sort of a point of where Cenk lost his mind. Right, him not doing well in the campaign, I think, sort of broke his brain a little bit inside, even more than it already was. Which I think is sort of was the tipping point, I guess, into the downward spiral of everything over him recently.
That boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me, like they really do hate. Not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption, but they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is
what Cenk is doing is that he's just ignoring the left populists here, and he's like, instead of trying to get the left populists on board, who he's recently taken grudge with, he's like, it would be easier somehow, maybe for him particularly, to pull over right-winger, right populists, people who, they might hold some horrifying social views. Might be white supremacists, but they're for Medicare for all, as long as we deport all of the illegals.
Illegal.
Grant, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult, like getting money out of politics. At some point, I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AmFest.
Okay, I mean, the other night here on the show on Night School, I sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people who are saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you've sold out. you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement to give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right, or at least the people assembled in that.
Yeah, the thing about Cenk's appearance on Turning Points, starting it off with him acquiescing to the right-wing framing, suggesting that they'd had this incredible victory, this revolutionary success, and not pointing out that really what it was is them just managing to maintain course without somehow completely fucking up. And there were so many things that they fucked up on when you look at it, that should have turned that ship over but didn't, while the Democrats refused to embrace their populist base, right? And instead of Cenk going on here and saying anything even close to that, really, he mostly just is like, you know what, like, you guys just did a super great job, there's nothing wrong with any of your beliefs, and we'll have a beer later. How's that sound?
In that event are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case. But let's start with the booing, because I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You sort of pointed to the Mitch McConnell boos, which I'm always a fan of, and the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue, and that crowd wasn't booing Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell because they represented any particular political vision or because they were part of the establishment. They booed them because they're Trump cult members, and Trump has issues
Immediately,
with them.
if not sooner.
If Dick Cheney stands up and says, "I'm endorsing Donald Trump," that whole crowd erupts in his favor. So to me, that's not even about a political move against the establishment. It's just good old-fashioned cult behavior.
Yeah, no, I disagree. So let me break it down.
It's not
First
a
of all, I
cult?
appreciate
Okay.
you not assuming bad intent. Apparently, that's a rarity online.
Good people.
Very rare.
Yeah, and so number
Very
two
good
is,
people
let's be
on
clear
both
with everybody, I did
sides.
not get paid for that.
You've never seen people this
I know that
good.
There's all these conspiracy theories out there, but no, I don't get paid for any of this. And if it's, and then by the way, there's two conspiracy theories, or theories, let's put it that way. One is that I'm doing it for the money, and the other is that, that's it, the Young Turks is going down. Well, you can't have both, right? Either we're going down and we're going to make less money, or we're grifting for the money. So pick one. But no, it has nothing to do with money. So now to the substance of that question.
I mean, this is a weird argument for him to make. I see what he's trying to do here, but it's sort of a straw man. Or that's not even really a straw man argument. It's sort of like he's just obfuscating the actual fact of the right-wing ecosystem as it relates to the money. Right? Because we all know just how much money there is floating around in there. Whereas on the left, it's something of an upward hill. Like he even, or was it him or was it Ana who mentioned the inherent problem in terms of just doing news-based stuff, and not getting enough clicks for it, and blah blah blah, and that's why people were doing videos about him and all this other stuff. So like, it's not like it doesn't exist. People know about it. It's it's stupid to do this, but he knows what he's doing perfectly well.
Mark. So, look, I think you guys are wrong. So on the one hand, I get it,
reality.
Mark. So the fact that Trump is against McConnell and Cheney, is that relevant? Of course it's relevant, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. But are they? So look, there's three layers within the right-wing movement. and this is true on the left side too. It's really a hierarchy, right? There's the voters at the bottom, right? And then there's the media figures and politicians in the middle, and then there's the very top leadership, right? So, and that hierarchy of also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And for a lot of people, mainstream media would say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the leaders the most. I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are deeply corrupt and have, personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say things to you that'll rock your world, right? And but if you say Trump is dishonest, well, of course, right? I mean, he has an enormous track record, right? If you say the politicians are dishonest, of course, overall, of course, right? And
this is fucking Christ, dude. That one thing. Cenk has been saying that in the same way for a decade. That is classic Cenk.
Of course. So, but when I go to go on these right-wing shows, one, there's right-wing media, which we'll come back to in a second. But two, just on their voters first, right? How can I tell? Well, number one, you get the comments in social media, you see it on those posts, etc. Number two, having gone to AmFest and other places, I've now seen and interacted with hundreds of MAGA guys.
So many of them
speak for each other, and they don't all speak for the movement, etc. But on top of that, sometimes, the first time I was on Patrick Bet-David's show, or the second time, they did a poll. I pushed for paid family leave, and I try to can we start something on this show, left wing, right wing, get agreement, etc. And I explained to them what paid family leave is and how moms get 12 weeks off after they have a baby, and they kind of love it, right? Because that you can see how that could match conservative ideology. So the only one that was a little bit hesitant was the main host, Patrick, right? But all the other hosts were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then they polled their audience, and 75% of them said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it.
Right. Yeah. I love how he wants to hyper-focus on the thing that they would agree to. But the fact is that all of it comes along with horrifying sort of accoutrement, if you will, sort of side dishes of horrifying racism and border policy. I mean, all of them, like the insane medical policies, whatever else it might be. I mean, right now, if you look at the incoming administration, is fucking insane. I still haven't made a clip video of it. We talked about it on stream. It took hours. It took I don't remember how many hours it took us to go through the entire nominated list, and that was over 2 weeks ago. It's only grown since then. Mo Noep, thank you for the beautiful super sticker. What is that? Is that, I can't tell. Is that a lime? It is a lime. It's a lime. It's giving me the support I need to keep going. Wait, I totally forgot. Somebody mentioned we need a 4th emotional support character. 13, 14, 15? Yeah, we have 13, 14, 15 today. Interesting vibe over here.
And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lied to their whole life. First with mainstream media, and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave. And when paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that not a conservative idea? We love that idea. And the polling bears that out. 84% of the country wants paid family leave. 74% of Republicans want paid family leave. Okay, so then I started to realize, some of these guys are just misdirected populists. They got pushed out by the Democratic Party that's so authoritarian, so pro-establishment, etc. And then they went in the wrong direction, but some of them have good intent. Now, we can argue over the percentages. And
that was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
Yeah, it's impossible. I'll make it up. In terms
Give us a number.
The lost tribe of populists,
Okay, what?
That might be. I mean, you're going to be surprised at the number, but I think that might be as high as 15%.
Wow.
In the right wing.
15%. Oh,
I can accept that. That doesn't shock
my
me. I mean,
God.
I don't agree. I think it's
15.
lower. Let's say it's 15%. Let's say that 80. That still means that 85%.
No. Hold on, Mark. Sorry. Let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. There's,
could be as high as 15,
is,
but even higher. Is that what he's about to say? What the fuck is going on here? Could be as high as 15, but actually even higher than that. As high or as even higher than as high as that. That's not usually how I would say that, but I'm not Cenk.
Hold on, Mark. Sorry. Let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. There's 50, whatever the number is, 50% or so are the old school MAGA that right? And you're familiar
old school MAGA?
Like, so Trump says it, yes.
White nationalists, racist, evangelical, Trump Pope supporters.
Yeah, I wouldn't,
I wouldn't even, those aren't even, those are just nouns actually, but let's not worry about the grammar of it all. But even, he can't even get behind those words. For some reason,
Pope supporters.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, I wouldn't use all those adjectives for the whole 50% at all, right? But I understand. Do some of those folks exist on that end of the spectrum? Of course.
Not some. I mean, some is. It's not some. That is the organizing logics around MAGA were white nationalism, were anti-blackness, were xenophobia. I mean, Make America Great Again, even as a title, even as a label, even as a framework, is about a certain kind of appeal to a certain kind of American narrative. Whether you think it's Make America Great Again like 1800s, or whether you mean it as Trump says he means it in the Reagan era. Either way, you're talking about shrinking government. You're talking about, at least the government we care about, expanding, except for, military and police and stuff like that. You're talking about taking away the social safety net. You're talking about stripping away some of the most important institutions like the Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is the core organizing logic around it. And for Trump, it begins really with birtherism, and then it emerges into build a wall. I mean, this is the organizing logic. People who put on those hats believe this stuff. I mean, these aren't just Tea Party members who are just lean conservative.
Seriously,
Mark, I think it's more.
It's not more nuanced. I mean, dude, how much evidence do you need? Walter Masterson, the Good Liars. His own previous, reporting Emma Vigeland for TYT on the ground at Trump and MAGA rallies, right? How much evidence do you need, Cenk? That there's a huge portion of people at these rallies who believe some of the most insane fucking possible things and most offensive and problematic, and are pretty dug in on a lot of that.
In that. So just to finish the earlier thought, and then I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or 35-40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are they think they mean well for sure. I mean, look, of course everybody thinks they mean well, but I mean right? They don't have any kind of white supremacist agenda. They're not necessarily misogynist or something. They might have old stereotypes in their head.
Why do you believe that's true? Again, we're both conjecturing here, but why do you believe that's true?
Yeah, because I've interacted with them, and I think that
it just happens to be that Republicans win the white vote. It just happens to be that Ku Klux Klan members vote Republican. It just happens to be that David Duke endorsed Donald Trump. It just happens to be, it's just all happenstance, and Cenk can't believe that because it's all anecdotal.
And we both think that each side is so evil that you can't talk to them.
I don't want
and they
reality.
Feel the same way about us, right? But to the point that you were making about the origin of MAGA. So the reason why I say it's a little bit more complicated than that and nuanced is because what's the origin of the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, not the old one, not the party of Lincoln, etc. I actually wrote about this in my book, Justice is Coming. I have a chapter called Why Republicans Suck. So I was not unclear about it, right? And so I explained that when I was a
who
kid, I
read
grew up
Cenk's book?
Republican because my dad was a small businessman, et cetera, and we believed the story that mainstream media told us about a shining city on a hill and Reagan's speeches about that, right? And then when I realized that the Republican Party was the modern Republican Party was built on the Southern strategy, I felt lied to in a big way, a giant way. Like if I thought the Republican Party was based on racism and hatred, and I'm Muslim, why would I support them? That doesn't make any sense, right? And the Southern strategy was so explicit, so clear. We are going to get the racist voters in the South that the Democratic Party left behind when they passed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act under Johnson, right? So that's the basis for the modern Republican Party, along with greed. And so I'm super clear on that. So MAGA is not, the origin you're talking about, 2016, is not that different than what that party was anyway, right? So,
agreed.
Yeah, so I get that. But these days, like that still remains. But if you talk to those people, they don't think that they're racist or sexist at all, right? And so I know that
most racists don't, though.
Yeah. So look, I've seen guys who say, "No,
I'm confused.
I'm not racist."
Is he trying?
I had a black person in the house the other day, and I even let him use the bathroom.
Right.
Exactly. That's so like that way of thinking is so racist, and you don't know it, brother, right? So like I got it, right? But now there's a whole heap of people that were just pushed out by the Democratic Party. They hate the establishment. Democrat became more established. But they hate us on the culture wars. And on the culture wars, it gets super messy.
And you think all those people?
Part of the reaction.
See, what I find fascinating is that he thinks that the people who are pushed out by establishment Dems went straight to Republicans rather than just becoming disenfranchised. When the vote numbers don't even play it out that way. This year, Donald Trump barely improved on his previous numbers. Well, he improved, but not that much. And it was really Democrats that failed to turn out as well as they did in the previous election by millions of votes. That's where the big deficiency in the election was. And it's just so annoying to, hear Cenk be like, oh, actually, they all the people who were like, I hate the establishment, looked at Republicans like, oh, yeah. I don't think that happened. I think a lot of people, I think if anything, there was, the uncommitted movement, which turned into the sort of disenfranchised voter movement. And if anything, that was a huge contributing factor.
And making America great again, to your point, Mark, is that there was this feeling of, oh no, we're going to lose power. Now, that doesn't consciously come out as that guy saying, I'm afraid black people are going and brown people are going to take over. That's why I'm supporting white supremacy and et cetera. They don't say that, right? But there's cultural movements. So the cultural movement of white America was like, uh-oh, we're getting over the edge here. We're about to lose the majority. And then we're in a world of hurt, right? And you have this instinctual cultural reaction. And that's kind of what you sense with the beginning of MAGA, right? And then, by the way, but let's be fair, our side, I think, and we could debate this too, I think we went too far. And so we went so maximalist that we lost the majority of Americans. And so Republicans, when they started saying identity.
Who's even talking about? Can't be talking about Kamala Harris and their campaign.
Politics, that was a trick in the beginning because what's the Southern strategy? Identity politics, right?
Just so my audience understands, when you say we went too far, what would be an example of going too far?
Yeah. Let's take a couple of things, right?
Yeah. Let's start with one thing.
I'm 100% in favor of trans rights. Every show I go on, and at that event, I knew it was a little risky, but I asked them to say, look, trans people are American citizens, and they should get 100% of the same constitutional rights as we do. And most of the time they agree, so that's great, right? That crowd was a little bit more mixed. It was about 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 agreeing, 1/3, right? And so, but on our end, when we say trans people must play in professional sports, right? The league shouldn't have a choice. But wait a minute. That's not where the American people are. And I don't even agree with that. And then people look at that and go, okay, wait, now you're.
Do you feel like that's a dominant issue of our side, of the left?
No,
it's literally all we talk about here.
So the right attacks first. Let's be clear about that, right? They like trans people are minding their business. Now they maybe culturally they're becoming more and more dominant. Our side is becoming more and more dominant, and it's starting to grate on the right wing, etc. But then the right wing passes laws, right, saying, "Hey, this against trans people, that against trans people."
Right. Well, that's my point.
Illegal.
That's my point. It's like that's a right wing issue. That's a solution in search of a problem. The right started making up all these laws and rules and saying, "Oh my God," as if the left were as if that were a priority issue for the left. And then the left speaks a little bit about it, but I don't. And then it becomes the left has gone too far. They're out of control. And it's like, well, no, the right is doing that. It seems like you're almost echoing that right wing talking point.
So look, here's the example I use. So as I said at the Amfest event, I'm what they would consider extreme left on gun control, right? So I don't think guns should even be allowed in a house. If you have a gun in the house, you're much more likely to die from the gun. Okay.
You know, I find it fascinating that he's here trying to talk about all this stuff now. He's with Marc Lamont Hill. He's away from that audience, the Turning Points USA audience, a place where at one point Cenk went to be. If you go back many years, you used to go to at least, I think you showed up to Turning Points at least on a couple of different occasions to essentially troll people like Charlie Kirk. And now instead he comes and says, hey, you know what? You won the revolution. Great job. We as the head of the TYT network are basically acquiescing and saying, you know what?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
And so, we talk about how great you are and how bad Democrats are. So bad.
But I know that my position cannot pass, right? I'm going to have to convince people a lot more before I can begin to defend that position in a way that's logical. Like I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight, right?
Running on
so,
what? You hear that?
Trans issues.
Do you hear that right there? That's what I was saying before. Cenk still. I mentioned this when we watched that clip of Cenk at Turning Points. Whatever it was like 5-6 days ago, and I was like, this dude. When he was talking, I was like, he still can't tell whether or not he is a political contributor, like on a network, whether or not he's a progressive YouTuber or whether or not he's running for office. Dude is constantly talking about the idea of running as if that's still a future for him. As if I'll bet you, I'm trying to think, I'm not doing great financially right now, so I don't know about what I'm going to bet you. Literally, point is that I would bet you quite a lot that old Cenk here, is considering and may run a second time in the future. Keep an eye out.
Or engaging in that fight, right?
Yeah.
So on the trans issues, the right wing is the one that baited us, right? They tried it, banning trans people in the military. That wasn't that popular. They tried the bathrooms. That wasn't that popular. Going after their core constitutional rights wasn't popular at all. And then, so they went all the way to the outer edge, trying to find a place where we'll fall into their trap. So that's where we ran into professional sports, some of the terminology we were using, birthing people, etc. And then gender reassignment surgery, pre-18 years old.
I'm pretty sure, from what I can tell, Ana Kasparian is the number one person on the planet using the term birthing person. And it's in terms of, and maybe her and Cenk, like 1 and 2. I don't know. I don't watch their show enough to be sure. But from what I can tell, I hear it from her or from Cenk more than anybody else.
These are very unpopular positions. I don't happen to agree with any of those positions, as it turns out. But even if I did,
but they're also not dominant. I just want to be clear, they're also not our dominant positions. Most people aren't. So even as we say it right now, it sounds as if the left has gone too far and the right is just being more reasonable when the left isn't saying this stuff in general.
No, but Mark, that's the key. So when the right wing,
like, I'm honestly, I'm gonna write down an idea because I am considering making a montage, trying to figure out all the times that Ana and Cenk say birthing person,
came in and attacked on
and
those
then go and
issues,
try and
went
find
further and further out.
all of the
There's a
other
line where I
examples
would
of
draw
other
the
people
line that
using the
even if I
word.
held those positions and said, look, guys, we're not going to win on those. I would say to the right wing or to anyone to make it super clear, we're not going to win on those issues. We got more work to do in convincing the American people to be on our side. But there's no point in debating it because we're not arguing it, right? But we didn't do that. And you have to, and then when you get to the left, again, the left is not a monolith. The left is gigantic and has a lot of different parts of it. But in this case, a lot of left-wing activists online were like, no, this is, we fight and we die on this hill. Because if you give 1 inch, that means you're surrendering. And no, we always go maximalist. And so you could tell in the reaction, Mark, because when Ana and I said, yeah, we don't agree with those, for example, those 3 things, right? People said, no, you're a right winger, you're a traitor. Some said Nazi, etc. And well, that's
Illegal.
not productive or helpful at all. And so
How
then
dare
it became, oh my God, the left is digging in even more on this position. And I'm like,
How do they use all the mean adjectives?
not only to forget the Democratic Party, it's not helpful to trans people because you're now walking backwards and you're endangering them more. And here we are, we're back to now debating bathrooms because we lost so badly on that issue when we didn't need to be in that fight at all. Stop falling into their traps. And I give you the gun example because I want you to I want to show you guys.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Me too, right? Like it's not like I wouldn't do it with my own positions. Here, I give you another example about my own identity, like Muslims, right? And this one's absurd because it didn't really, nobody asked for this law or anything. But I use it as an extreme example of like what if I had done this, right? So I want to protect Muslims, Americans, and our rights 100%. There's no negotiation over this whole deporting, denaturalizing nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim ban 200%. There was a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued the grocery store that he was working at because he said, I shouldn't have to handle bacon and pork at the checkout. And I was like, no, brother, that's your job, okay? If you got those concerns, go take another job, right? And if we had, let's say, dug in on that position, again, I grant we didn't, that was not a big political issue, but if we had dug in and said, no, maximalist, that's it, Muslims should be allowed to work in the grocery store and not do this, we would have lost. And I would have said, no, don't do that.
Yeah, but you're
my rights backwards, and I don't want you to walk my rights backwards. Do you see
I
what I'm
got
saying?
you, but Jack, you're taking things that didn't happen and using them as examples to justify something that did happen. And you're taking counterfactual, these hypothetical counterfactuals, and saying, well, yeah, if we had done this, this would be exactly why. This would exactly prove the right.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Things didn't happen. But let me just take.
It's a classic straw man argument right here from Cenk. He's like, you know how this thing didn't happen. It could have happened. We didn't do it, but just imagine a fantasy place where it did. And, well, you can imagine the consequences that could have happened from that fictional thing. And, well, as you can see, if you apply that fictional circumstance to the current one I'm talking about, well, then it all makes sense. Everything lines up. The pieces are connecting.
No, I'm just saying that even if it affects me, I still have the right, like I still have the same strategy is my point. That's all.
For sure. So I guess part of what there are a few things you said that I think are really interesting. One is both sides are against the establishment, right? That these two issues. I think that the challenge is that argument presumes that the establishment is something other than right wing. We have two right-wing parties that are fighting each other. Now, I'm not pretending that Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. I'm not pretending that the Green Party and the Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two right-wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right that they both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But if you and they clapped when you said that. But the difference is when they say mainstream media, they're thinking CNN and MSNBC. They don't see OANN as establishment media or mainstream media. They don't see News Nation as establishment media or mainstream media. So you two aren't talking about the same thing. So even if you're using the same language, you two have very different ideas about what the establishment is. That crowd in that room,
I don't want
if you told them to
reality.
get rid of establishment media, they'd be okay with Fox News living. While you and I both know that Fox News is establishment media. It's just the right, it's just the ultra right part of it. I'm saying that to say that just because those people in that room say we want to get rid of the establishment, we want to tear down the establishment, they don't want to tear down right-wing.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to tear down the parts of the establishment that allow you and I to exist. And
they want to tear not just that, like, Donald Trump wants to tear down, like, he's talking about the journalistic systems and other sorts of free speech stuff for people who don't agree with him. But beyond that, the system oftentimes, when they're talking about that, is the system that provides poor people with food stamps and, provides a tiny amount of diversity in some places, right? They're talking about, the systems that make sure that there are less people that are homeless and give them actually better opportunities, rather than making them just illegal for existing, right? All that kind of stuff. That's what they're about. Come on. I mean, Cenk, because of his the nature of his, he can't not know this stuff.
Allow the most vulnerable people in this country to be safe. So to me, it doesn't feel like a fair or good faith argument to say, well, it's okay for us to come together. It's okay for me to be on stage with them. It's okay for me to be in this space because we both want to get rid of the establishment. No, y'all don't. Not the same way.
I don't want
Marc,
reality.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part, but I largely disagree. So let me break it down.
Here we go.
So do they mean mainstream media and establishment politicians, including their own side? Yes, they definitely do. Do they mean Fox News? No, they don't. You're right about that, right? So, but that doesn't. But what I say, first of all, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate, right? We're not going to come in.
Oh my God. I wonder what he thinks the Blaze or the Daily Wire, those establishment.
Go, hey, we'd like to tear down Fox News, and they're going to go, yeah, of course not, right? So, but what I do say is, hey, we hate mainstream media.
Because I mean, the fact is like the pay packages over there are pretty insane. Remember that Dave Rubin deal? Remember that? Where Dave Rubin turned down, what was it, a $50 million contract or something like that? Because he was like, you know what, that's an insult to my business model, right? I mean, oh my God.
Yes, agreement. And I said, look, and this establishment. So Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop, but they're actually the uniparty. Republicans go, yay, totally agree, right? So by the way, that's a giant agreement. I mean, we're just brushing past an enormous agreement. And then we get to mainstream media, and I go, MSNBC and Fox News play good cop, bad cop. Now, that's the first time they've ever heard that, right? Because they think they've been told their whole lives, Fox News, right-wing media in general, good guys, MSNBC,
right.
bad
Thank
guys,
you. Not
right?
Dave Rubin,
but
Steven
remember,
Crowder. Why did I say Dave Rubin? Yeah, of course. I was even picturing Steven Crowder in my head, but I called him Dave. Oh boy, very rude.
Illegal.
How rude.
Voters, Democratic voters, think the same way, right?
Thank
so
you for
find
correcting me.
74-year-old person watching MSNBC Morning Joe every morning. She thinks MSNBC is the good guys and Fox News is the bad guys. No, it's good cop, bad cop. They're both the bad guys.
Oh
okay?
no, Sam
And
Cedar.
so
What a
that's
fucking
something
nightmare.
we have to introduce to our voters and to their voters. So by having those conversations, I am in a lot of ways introducing that thought to them for the first time. And that's part of why mainstream media banned me in the first place. I'm banned on CNN and MSNBC because I think and Fox News. I think they got the sense, oh, this guy's going to convince our audience that we're not here to help them. And that's true.
Cenk is banned for.
Since the right wing already.
I feel like Cenk is not banned for that reason. I feel like Cenk is banned for just being all around annoying. Right? There's never been a conversation where Cenk didn't shout randomly or just, interject into the middle of a normal sentence. Of course, like that. That is, of course, what you can expect from Cenk. And I think that is jarring to most mainstream media viewers and most people. And I'm sorry to all of you and your eardrums for what you just had to experience. I was just using that as sort of exemplary. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Against their establishment, they're actually more open to that idea. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News, probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look, again, they tell you exactly what they mean, the voters, the MAGA voters. They're not hiding the ball at all. So they really do hate the establishment. Here's another example. Today, a giant fight between the online right-wingers and Dan Crenshaw. And so who's right about that? The online right, which we're like more worried about in some ways, like more hardcore MAGA. But wait a minute, they're right.
Immediately,
Dan Crenshaw's defending all of his donors, etc. I was on with Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan, and there was Vinny from Patrick Bet-David's show, very populist right-wing guy, and we ganged up on Dan Crenshaw because he agreed with me more than he agreed with Crenshaw.
Is it Vinny old red face over there? Is that who he's talking about?
These old lines are beginning to break down. And so at a moment like that, that's when we really need to be talking to each other rather than just saying, okay, everybody there's a white supremacist. And for them, everybody on our side is a weirdo, fringe, whatever they think of us.
Would I be hyperbolic to say half the people in that room at that event believe that white people are superior?
Yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark.
How about 25%?
I understand what you're saying, but since they don't consciously think that,
not fair, Mark. How dare you?
They're going to be repelled by you saying that.
Help! I'm being repressed.
I don't care.
I don't care about them being repelled. I guess what I struggle with.
It's not fair, Mark.
If you're a white supremacist if you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not a white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part, is in that room, metaphorically speaking. That is. Yeah, exactly. I love how look at his face. It's like something's bubbling up inside, and Cenk, like he's pulling his lips inside. He's closing his eyes deep, like this. You can barely see the right one, and the left one is going quick. And he's like just trying to hold it all back. Oh my God. He's like, no, the Venn diagram is not a circle inside of a circle. Racists aren't exclusively Republicans. Some are independents. That is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk, who's someone you shared the stage with, would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
No, but let's not do the mainstream media thing. Do you believe he's a white supremacist?
No.
Tell me why.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure. When you say white supremacists, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood and look. Yeah,
but I'm not asking you if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what a white supremacist actually is, and based on what a white supremacist actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word. I'm not going to use that phrase. I think we need to get past that kind of phrasing, because that just puts up a giant wall between us.
Between us and the white supremacists.
Yeah, but Mark, here, let me give you an example. Again, using my own identity, and this time very real, right?
Good people, both sides.
I can go into a room and they can mispronounce my name. I'd say racist, okay? But wait a minute, my name is C, pronounced like a J. How the hell is anybody supposed to know that? Okay, I can go to a room.
Yeah, but these are straw, that's a straw man, Jay. No one is saying that. What they say is, when they say Muslims are rapists, when they say Muslims are evil, that's the racist thing that we get outraged by, not them not pronouncing Cenk Uygur right.
No.
If someone says Muslims are rapists, would you then say that they're racist?
So, Mark, it's how am I dealing with that situation is the question, okay? So I started out with the really mild one of my name, right?
Yeah.
But when you go down the gradations of different ways that you could discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims, yeah, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, et cetera, et cetera. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past, and what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, etc. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, so because I've never seen anyone.
He who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah, because I've never seen anyone who engages in it is on the Israel side that just automatically, reflexively, without even checking any facts, called the other person an anti-Semite, and they didn't think that Muslim lives were worthless, right? So I can't understand that any better than I do, having been the group that is most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had it much worse in this country.
I don't know about the most smeared, but let me ask you, just to pause for a second, because again, I'm not sure I understand. Is there anybody in this country that you're willing to call a white supremacist, or do you just completely rule that word out?
No, of course.
Doesn't exist.
They declare themselves a white supremacist. Everything they say is about white supremacy. So, for example, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. That's not hard to suss out. That's just defining feature. So to finish my point about Muslims, but instead now, Mark, when I go into a room, I start talking to them, and then halfway through the conversation, when they begin to like me a little bit, then I tell them that I'm Muslim. And I say, look, I know, Trump said we should ban all Muslims from the country in 2016 when he was running, right? So how am I supposed to react to that? And now we're at least have had some common ground and some bonding. So then they feel,
look, kumbaya.
Hey, wait a minute, maybe not.
Can't we take off our clan hoods for a moment and enjoy some marshmallows by the fire? What's wrong with that? Little crickets,
Muslims are terrorists, right?
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. No, I get it. And they might think one of the good ones, but then when they see 12, 18, etc., how are we going to break it down, Mark? Because if we just call them names, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. I've tried it a million times.
No. But Jake, that's disingenuous. Calling someone who's white supremacist or Islamophobic, that thing, to reduce that to name calling is unfair.
Yeah, it's wrong.
No, I'm not saying it's name calling and I hate you.
Yeah, it's an important, distinction to be made, right? Label. And he's like, no, actually, it's important-ish, but it's more important that nobody's feelings are hurt.
Blah, blah, and
no, but you just said to call them names. We're not calling them names. We're identifying them by what they are.
Yeah, but Mark, tons of folks on the right wing are Islamophobic, but me going and calling them Islamophobic is not helpful. So that's why I'm saying,
you're arguing a point that I'm not making. That's a straw man. I've never suggested in this conversation that we should be going into rooms and calling these people what they are. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. That's a straw man. What I was talking about was the fact that you're in the room with people who look at the world that way and what it means to be in the room with the people who look at the world that way. But if you're stipulating from the beginning that you don't necessarily agree that they're that thing, that's different. I'm not talking about how they self-identify. I'm not even talking about whether we point in the room and say, hey, white supremacist over there. Hey, sexist over there. Hey, transphobe over here. I'm not saying we got to do any of that. What I'm saying is that if we're walking into a room with people whose ideologies and beliefs are consistent with white supremacy, with Islamophobia, with anti-Semitism, etc., we have to at least question what the possibility is of reaching a political alliance.
And this is the thing that I was talking about earlier, that I think, especially with Cenk, it's very important. Distinctions need to be made by Cenk, right? But he's not making those distinctions, right? He keeps talking about things sort of amorphously. He's not sure if he's a content creator or just like a regular news channel, or if he's running a political campaign, right? And the fact is, he is a communicator first and foremost, and he's got to make things very clear, and he's not doing a good job of that at all. Right? As the supposed home of progressive, a guy who was raised millions of dollars, maybe. I don't know exactly how much, and but as the guy who's been claiming to be that, I think it's important that he stays consistent and doesn't go out there and start kissing the feet of people like Charlie Kirk, somebody who he used to try to debate, right? And, he used to go to TPUSA to make fun of how freaking insane those people were, and instead came out this year and said, you guys actually won the revolution, great job, here's some applause for you.
At the core, they don't think we're humans. If at the core, they don't think we deserve the same thing, regardless of what we call it. And so if we only focus on the tactic of how to engage a white supremacist, we lose sight of the fact that they're still white supremacists and that they don't want the same things we want, regardless of what they say.
Now, Mark, this is a core disagreement. So if there's a room full of Islamophobes, I'm not going to not go in there, and B, I'm not going to call them Islamophobes. I'm going to go in there.
I wonder what would have happened. This is hilarious. I wonder what would have happened if Cenk had come out there with a prayer mat and just started doing, like it would have been hilarious, right? Oh my God, that would have been. I would have loved to have seen that.
Not go in there, and B, I'm not going to call them Islamophobes. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to start to change minds very gradually. Okay. And so I think that's a way better strategy. And yes, it endangers me maybe to go into a room filled with Islamophobes, but I'm going to do it again and again and again. Okay. And so even you saying, okay, half the room is white supremacist, but Mark, so you're saying they believe in
it's
like they are part of a system.
It's like he's never heard of the leopards eating faces party
that executes
he's like, actually,
in the country.
You know what?
Yes,
my face isn't gonna get eaten. Actually,
so
I'm just here to tell them how
calling all Americans white supremacists not helpful.
How leopards are good.
You're holding on to a point that I'm not making. You keep debating the argument about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. Let me stipulate again. I'm not making the case about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. We don't have to engage that part.
You're calling them internally white supremacists and saying, why are you going into a room with white supremacists?
That's the second straw man. My debate isn't whether or not we go in the room. It's how we go in the room, what rooms we go in, and what we do and what we say about the people in that room when we're in the room.
Okay, great. Let's have that conversation.
Right. So you went on stage with Charlie Kirk, for example, who, just to use your description of him, says, not white. We're not going to use the white supremacist language, because for the purposes of this conversation, it's not that helpful. But certainly he consistently advocates positions that certainly strengthen white supremacy. He certainly advocates positions that strengthen anti-black racism. He certainly advocates positions that advance Islamophobia, that push against women's reproductive rights, just based on the things that he has said and done. Would you agree with everything I just said?
Largely.
Okay. So,
oh my
you're
God,
on a stage with someone like.
The thing that fascinates me about this is Cenk is so hesitant to accept those things that I assumed for the longest time he did accept, and I could have sworn he used to talk about how that was what the Republicans are about, and now he's made this slow but certain shift to being just this thin line between these things now, and it's very unclear what it is Cenk is even about anymore. It's really disappointing for a guy who's, at one point, I hate to say it, at one point I was almost I almost looked up to Cenk, right? I was very, very young when I first found him. Like I said, I'm a little older than the Vanguard boys, but not that much older. And so I wasn't that old when I found Cenk. He was one of the early YouTubers that, was doing, kind of doing news and politics. And then eventually went full blast into that. And it was just, at one point I think he deserved that. But now it's that all of that's just been completely gutted. It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
Can you see at least how you being on a stage like that could make someone who trusts you because of all the great work you've done believe that he's not so bad? And maybe the positions he's taking are legitimate ones. Could you at least see how being in the room with him without offering any substantive critique of him in that space could be problematic?
But wait a minute, I defended left-wing position, so I don't accept your premise.
I said a substantive critique of his behavior, what he's doing. I didn't say you didn't have a critique of it, right.
I disagreed with him on trans housing. So again, I don't accept the premise. But
okay, so let me restate it because I don't want to operate disingenuously. Can you see how it could be problematic to someone? Or let me say it differently. Could you see the problem? Can you see any potential problems in standing on a stage with someone who has such positions that are so antithetical, not just to yours, but to the interests of the most vulnerable people in this country? Could you see how you might actually legitimize him in a way that's dangerous to our side, not to the country, but to the people who are confused, to the people in the middle, to the people who are still trying to figure it out, or to the people on the left who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to a switch?
Yeah. So there's two parts to that question.
How many people are? So, that's that. That's one thing that I don't even feel like he's thinking about is how many people that his network's slow, steady shift to the right is pulling people from the left to the right, accepting all of this right-wing framing that TYT has been doing with regards to homeless people and trans people and whatever else that they've been dabbling in recently. Are you younger than me? Oh yeah, I'm old. I'm 10,000. I'm on, like 10,035, like on the on the other side of that at this point.
One part, can I see it? Yes. I can see why people think that, and I'll end on top of it, Mark, that not only are they worried, hey, is this legitimizing him? You're in the room with a person like this, etc. But we've also seen a pattern, right? We've seen Dave Rubin, and we've seen Tulsi Gabbard, and we've seen others. And first they go in the room, then they agree with a little bit, and then they agree with everything. And then all of a sudden they're all right-wingers. And then while still pretending to be left-wing and saying, oh, well, me as a liberal or a progressive or a left-winger is telling you you're right about all the issues, right? And so I get that's why people are concerned. So that's not crazy. I get it, right? But then the second half of what you're saying, I don't agree with at all, right? So does that legitimize them? Well, first of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like, we have it in our mind that I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that you're. Am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying is, there are people who are going to vote for them, right? There are people, majority of whom are in this country are going to vote for, say, Donald Trump, right? But if you stand on stage with Donald Trump, that strengthens Donald Trump's position. It doesn't undermine it.
No, it totally depends. So, for example, I interviewed David.
No, dude. See, this is the problem. I don't even watch TYT, but all the other leftists that I was watching were kind of disappointed when they saw Sean Fain go on at the RNC. I was personally upset when I saw it happen, and I felt it added legitimacy, like as if somehow Donald Trump stood for workers' rights, which he didn't. He doesn't. He didn't, and he doesn't, and he certainly will not when he gets in office.
Strengthen Charlie Kirk's position? Let's not be hypothetical. Do you think you strengthened Charlie Kirk's position by standing next to him? Do you think you had no effect, or do you think you hurt his position?
Well, first of all, I didn't go there to hurt or help his position.
That's not the.
Wait, sorry. Now it was Sean Fain, right? Not. Am I right about that now? My brain is broken.
Your intention is irrelevant. I'm asking about the consequence of your choice, not the intention of your choice.
No, I don't think it had anything. I don't think it helped him 1%. Not at all.
Do you think
I think this idea that if you stand next to them, that helps them is absurd. Totally, utterly absurd. Because on that logic, that's it. We never stand next to them. We never talk to them.
Was it Sean O'Brien?
Oh, we're so
no. Again,
we never talk to them.
See, yeah, chat. Was it Sean O'Brien? Am I mistaking myself right now? Right. I feel like I get them mixed up in my head. Right. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I was talking out of my ass.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Wrong labor leader. It's my bad.
Them, we didn't help them. That's nonsense.
Let me ask a broader question. Do you think you advanced right-wing interests by going there? Do you think you undermine right-wing interests by going there?
Well, first of all, it's not binary, but I helped left-wing interests. Definitely. Okay?
How so? Tell me how.
So every time they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, every time they say yes to paid family leave, every time they say yes to conflict of interest rules, et cetera, that I could go on, that are all left-wing positions. Does that mean it's going to happen overnight? Of course not. Does that mean that it's immediately going to go to their leader and they're going to introduce it next week? Of course not. But is it helping for them to think, well, paid family leave, that does sound pretty good. Hey, cutting the Pentagon, that makes sense. I bet there is a lot of waste and abuse.
Boy, is it just me, or does Cenk seem a little worked up right now? He looks pretty upset. It's pretty high. I mean, he's pretty energetic in terms of his responses right now. He seems pretty animated, you might call it. Hold on. I'm going to try and move this forward a little bit because it's like 2 hours long. And I'm still planning on doing the regular show tonight. This is me sort of making up for not streaming this weekend because all this shit happened. My back sort of exploded at the same time as me working on all of these video edits I've been doing on YouTube to try and get us to our memberships, which we greatly deserve, but apparently we aren't getting them. If you're not in the Discord, I've been talking about how the essentially the some of the music we've been listening to, or any music that's been in any video, is according to YouTube's team, who I talked to earlier, they're saying that any music claim at all is essentially what's keeping us from membership. So I've been having to go through all 300 plus videos that I started with. I've deleted a few. Then the rest of them I've edited. It's been all weekend I've been dealing with these things simultaneously, and I was planning on streaming regardless, and still fucked it up. Set an alarm, slept through it. So I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But I'm actually doing okay. I'm doing okay. Like, my back is, like, it's fine. And I've actually made it through, like, all 300 videos, almost. There's a few left that need more editing to get it all the way to where we're okay, but I've got through a huge portion of them. Alright, now let's... I feel like it gets even yellier. I can't remember. I watched this earlier. This shit was insane. I watched all of these, and it's pretty crazy. Wait, why won't you let me just skip ahead? Don't be an asshole.
That helps left-wing.
He's being a dick. I hate how everybody puts text at the bottom of their videos, making it almost impossible to scrub through them properly. It's a massive pain in the ass. Alright, let's go to about here. Start back to like an hour.
So you're taking a 20-minute event here.
I'm not saying you've never said it. I'm saying we're talking about how to behave in this space, right? Yeah, I'm sure you've said it a million times. But we're talking about right now how to behave in that space. And when I keep pointing out what you didn't do in that space, you kind of do the sleight of hand thing where then you talk about what you did somewhere else. I'm saying in this space, to answer your specific question you asked me, which is, should you have torn them down and brought up specific acts of racism or this other thing? I'm saying you don't necessarily have to do that or even make it so personal, right? Because I get how that could be a distraction. What you can do is say, hey, we all want to tear down mainstream media, establishment media. I'm with y'all. But let's be clear. Establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right for decades now. It's 08 and it's all these things.
This is the Daily
All
Wire.
of this needs to be torn down. Yes, you could say that.
So, Mark, when I'm on a show like Patrick Bet David in the last 2 hours or 3 hours, we get to get into that stuff, and that's exactly what I say.
Patrick Beck David, a guy who has a show in a literal bank vault.
Exactly what I say. Okay, so you're taking a 20-minute speech and go, not good enough. You didn't say it there. You didn't say it that one time. Okay. No, that's not
what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in this single instance you didn't do this one thing in a 20-minute space. My critique is that when you're deploying now a strategy of entering these kinds of rooms and doing these kinds of things, and particularly these very public spectacles, right? Which is what conventions are: Democrat, Republican, left, right, whatever. They're all these public spectacles. And I'm saying that there's a significant danger in entering those spaces and not being significantly courageous. This isn't about nitpicking a particular thing you didn't do. This isn't about saying, well, you did 99, but there's the 100 when you missed. You're framing this as if we're nitpicking. And I'm saying, no, the actual logic of the strategy that you're articulating right now about how to move in these rooms, I'm saying is deeply problematic for left wing.
I don't even understand what you're saying, Mark.
Holy shit.
How is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic.
I just realized you all got to 50 support characters. What was that? An 11. Okay. All right, Gary. I need you to get off of that stool. Let's go back here. Gary in the mix.
Everybody keeps calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why.
Why? Like, they don't need us. Because why we have this in our head that if we're in the room, okay, then everybody loves Nazis or some weirdo thing like that.
I'm not saying anything. I don't know what
Everyone.
you're talking about. Like,
so let me answer you directly.
No, that is. Oh my god. Cenk just keeps ignoring reality. He's like, Mark, why do you keep saying that everyone is a Nazi? It's like, no, Mark keeps saying there's a specific group of people who are Nazis and who Nazis support, who you just went and talked to and completely unable to.
Kiss their ass, then I see what you're saying.
Completely unable to see that, huh, Cenk?
These are
Is that
left-wing
hard?
positions, and
Look at him.
you fight for them
So
in
yelly.
shows, etc., and you try to get
So
to common
yelly.
grounds where they agree with us. How could that possibly be a bad thing?
Because they're agreeing with you on terms that don't disrupt their actual worldview and won't change their politics. You're asking me,
How do you know that, Mark?
Because you're asking.
Oh my
You're
god.
assuming it.
Oh
And
my
now I'm
god.
not. I'm
Oh my
assuming
god.
It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40%.
He's like, he's yelling at Mark so much right now. TYT is fucking imploding. We are watching it live.
Things. We can actually get 40% of things
Well,
done.
not live, but
really, really important things.
you know.
But we were too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Again, I don't know why we're still talking about calling them white supremacists. That's a straw man you created a long time ago. I'm not suggesting
It's not a straw man. Many times at the beginning. Anyway, go ahead.
Hold on. To be clear,
I love that. I brought up I literally brought up the fact that was a straw man argument like back 30 minutes in this video, and then MLH is like, you know what? You remember that thing?
I said to you that I believe they're white supremacists. At no point in this conversation did I say you need to go in the room and call them such. In fact, I said I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that. That I don't think you should do this. I keep saying that over and over again. This is not about calling them white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level. I agree that I don't know for sure.
Do you think that Cenk is hoping to sell TYT and all of its sort of like subsidiary networks to like a Daily Wire or like a Blaze, like a Glenn Beck or Jeremy Boring or whomever else, Ben Shapiro, right? Are Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring partners? I can't remember. I'm always forgetting things.
You don't know for sure, and unless you have some metric, there's no way to know that when that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just like I can't prove that it didn't. So I'm saying I'll call that even. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just to use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go. but they also don't think Fox News is establishment media, right? They walk in thinking, get rid of CNN and MSNBC, keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep this MSNBC, fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media, and Joe Sixpack in the stands claps and says, that's right, even the lefty guy agrees with me.
So let me
let me just tie a bow on it. He now has even more reinforcement for his position that establishment media needs to go, but he's still never been told that the thing he thinks isn't establishment media, Fox News, isn't. So that's what I'm saying. But now he has more legitimacy to his wrong point because you didn't actually tell him that it's wrong.
No, totally disagree. So Marc, I can go in the room and have that same exact conversation.
It'll be fine, actually. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna watch like the end of this and then move on. We got 2 more video clips somehow. What? That's right.
What'd you drum up?
That's right. We still have more to look at. So I'm gonna move us towards the end of this when this all wraps up. See how they end it.
You talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is the way to break through and for the country to finally like have conversations without constantly just walling each other off and saying they think we're so extreme. Like, for example, I go to talk to Charlie Kirk. The left is saying, oh, I can't believe you talked to Charlie Kirk when he said X, Y, Z. But do you know that the right wing is saying the same thing to Charlie? I can't believe you talked to Cenk when Cenk has said Nazi, fascist about Trump, and which I didn't even remember the Nazi part, but you showed me.
I see that you're sad, So Life. There's only 2 more. But that's only 2 more for this stream. And then I have a huge list for later stream, for the regular time stream. This is a weird day stream. It's a Monday stream. I should have named it that. But point is that we got plenty more content coming later tonight. But I had a lot of stuff going on this weekend, so we didn't do any of it. I'll probably start tonight's stream a little bit early as well, just so we can get through all of it because of how much we have to do and to maybe make up for some of the missed stuff so we can get through more of it. But when I found out that the music claims were what was keeping me from memberships, right now we are struggling financially here at the Galactic News Network to stay alive. January is looking like it's going to be a tough beginning to 2025 here. So I just want to get that fixed before the new year starts. Hoping that'll mean we'll have memberships by January. I don't know. Just trying to stay hopeful on that one.
And there's a video.
By the way, Galactic News Network completely funded by viewers like you, so, choose one of those awesome ways we have. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, of course, if you want to be as galactic as possible.
Around, so I must have said it, but that's okay. And Jenkins defends trans girls going into high school sports in women's. So a lot of people hate that Charlie talked to me because they view me as completely extreme and illegitimate and out of bounds. And what we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Used to believe that, but he doesn't. Look at that face.
Well, look.
Look at this. Look at this fucking answer. This should have always been, like, in terms of the way that the home, if TYT is supposed to be the home of progressive, this should have been the easiest answer ever.
Opposite sides of the same coin. Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Well, look, that's a good question because I don't hate white people, and I don't say anything against white people in general.
Wow.
I would never say like, hey, if I go into a plane and there's a white pilot, I'm worried.
I love this. I love this. Cenk comes out here is like, I don't hate white people. As if anybody who it's like anybody who disagrees with Cenk hates white people, or anybody. It's almost I just don't understand why is he even saying this. Marc is troubled by this line of like, what in the fuck is this guy saying? Morbius dragon with a pear super sticker with the biggest thumb I've ever seen, or perhaps the longest arm ever. Is perspective. So maybe just normal hand, long arm. Big fan of that super sticker. Much appreciated.
All right, so it's not
Keeping the
exactly
Galactic
right that we're
alive.
the same side.
Exactly. That's why it's not fair to say, well, they say the same thing about me. Well, y'all ain't the same. I also think it's interesting that
But
you
they
said.
think it's the same, Marc. But they do think it's the
But
same.
it's okay to say they're wrong. But also, I just to be a little petty, I appreciate that you saying you're not like Charlie Kirk because you don't hate white people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just I know you got to go.
It's such an unhelpful term. I can't stand it.
Well, as a black person, I can tell you, I find it unhelpful that someone could acknowledge someone hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them a white supremacist. I mean, can you imagine?
No, that's not helpful, brother. Because I can show you 100
Jesus
Islamophobes
Christ,
that are
Cenk.
hardcore Islamophobes. But me calling them Islamophobes is not helpful.
It's not helpful
It's never
calling the
gonna break through to
Islamophobes
them. You've got
Islamophobes.
to go to a different strategy. So
And
when I go to
It's
a
not.
different
It's
strategy-
unfair. It's unfair nouns. How dare you label Islamophobes as Islamophobes? You should just name them as phobes. You know, there's no reason to be specific. What's the point of that? You know what? Even calling them phobes, that's not fair either. Just calling them, just do. That's too much too. Just.
That's too much.
Oh god, that's just not fair.
Instead of going, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out, which I think you're basically doing, which I appreciate, and that's why this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I've got other folks saying, no, tear them down, tear them down. Don't ever talk to anyone on the other side. They're white supremacists. They're this, they're that. That if you go in the room with them, they instantly gain credibility and legitimacy, and now you've helped them. Help them how, man? That's, I don't know, man. I just think the idea of not hating them, being helpful to them, is
when you don't go in the room to challenge them, right? There's a huge difference, and Cenk of all people should know and see the clear difference between when he used to go and last time he was at Turning Point, where I believe he and I think he and Charlie Kirk had a debate, and this time where he went in and basically rubbed Charlie Kirk's leg while he said, "Hey, pal, really great job, really, really good job with the revolution, really, really great job with everything, you know, with winning, all the winning you're doing."
is a very wrong way of thinking about it.
Well, I think one way, and I know we got to go. I think, again, it's not to me about going in the room. It's what we do in the room. But
yeah,
I think one
exactly.
The one thing white supremacist hates being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that racists hate being called is
Not
a racist.
fair.
And I think, and usually the people calling them racist or white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them. And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you to. That person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobes.
Jesus,
oh,
I
that
say
person that
that.
called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacists.
Illegal.
That feels paternalistic and almost and is disrespectful to the people who are victimized by it. You may think it's unhelpful, but I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. It's like it'd be like saying I don't think it's helpful to. It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Donald Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful, ladies. I mean, come on.
Donald Trump's
Can you see why somebody will find that a problematic claim for you to make?
No, hold on. You're conflating two things that is.
Oh
super
no, not a
unfair.
conflation.
Because you can call them anything you like. I'm not stopping you from calling them. I'm not stopping women from calling them.
Cenk's upset. He conflated. That's not fair. That's not fair. So yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse. But we're gonna take a quick break because we've been going for like 3 hours, and I want to finish this because I've been wanting to talk about this. The sort of evolution of all this that's been going on. But I was afraid there's no way for us to get through all this today on the regular stream. So I figured we would do a super secret midday stream here. But we're going to take a super secret break right now. Alright. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done both of those things, or even while you're doing them, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great ways to do that. Super chats and stickies on the YouTube chat. Of course, we got subscriptions and all of that stuff over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. If you just want to give me money for no good reason, or just for, you know, being just such a fan of this content, and in lieu of any benefits. But in my opinion, the best way to get galactic benefits is to become a patron on Patreon, where you can get access to the most benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Just $3 a month. Get yourself an avatar on screen here and in other places during these breaks. And what other things? You shout outs, content, and much, much more. So do consider that. That's right, $3 US dollars.
Are you not entertained?
Alright, chat, enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back. news, the Yule Cat is just the Yule Cat, part of the Christmas holiday Yuletide decorations, the Christmas Kawanza sort of what do you call it? Mishmash extravaganza. Alright, chat, I'm back. It's time. Alright. I forgot to queue up the other video. I'm back, which means it's time for you to get back to your seats. As we still got more to talk about here with Cenk Uygur, TYT, and what's been going on over there.
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Wonder if it'll let me switch to the next video. Why would you put that there? Why would you put this here? This makes no sense. Nothing about this makes sense. It's dumb. This is very stupid. Oh, I did it. I did it. Yay. I watched this live. I was utterly stunned. I think I saw some people in chat who watched this live too. This was incredible. I could not believe this. I mean, Francesca has been long affiliated with TYT, and Cenk decided to go here 2 days ago, talk with her.
Surprise! It's me, Francesca Fiorentini.
Yay!
Welcome to the Bitchuation Room podcast live stream thing. Thank you so much for being here. This is our weird in-between show. All of the Tuesdays keep lining up on holidays. I hope everyone had a good Christmas if you celebrate, or a good first day of Hanukkah if you celebrate. We're not going to have a show, obviously, on New Year's Day, so all things are all crazy, but we will be back the second week of January, so do not worry. But I wanted to actually just use this moment, because I got him, to talk to a one Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, who I have worked with for many years now, and talk to him about his approach to a second Trump administration, what he has been doing in the media landscape. Really briefly, we're trying to keep this tight. We're trying to keep it good and open, but just so you all know, if you're like, who, what, where, how, what are you? So I've worked as a contributor with TYT since 2016. I've gone on anywhere between 1 and 3 times a week. I feel like at the height of when I was going on was like 2021. I
mean, personally, that's how I found Francesca's channel, right? I know she doesn't like Franny, so I'm trying not to use that. I just sort of slipped out because I watched this recently, and well, you'll see why. But Francesca, I did not know she existed until TYT. That's why I'm subscribed to her channel now, the Bitchuation Room. She's a great channel if you're not subscribed to it already.
in part moved to LA because of TYT, but you know, I was really happy to do more and more work with them, and I've loved going on their shows, and that's why I'm very concerned, because as of late there's been a different tack, especially from the main host and founder and head of TYT, Cenk. If you don't know Cenk, he founded TYT back in 2002. 2005, it was the first YouTube
Arguably
channel
the greatest
partner.
work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Basically was and is YouTube. It's been such a backbone of progressive media for so many people.
Yeah, okay, some other people in chat actually noticed that as well. Yeah, he calls her Franny like 10,000 times. She's said on chat before, I don't really like Franny. I prefer anything other than that. Francesca would be great. It's written right here under the Bitchuation room. Just you can read it.
It's science.
I think it's no... It truly, in the Bernie years, really pulled people to the left and got folks to think differently and systemically about our political system. Cenk also was a congressional candidate in 2020. He ran for president in 2024 as a protest candidate against Joe Biden. And lately,
I'm staying in
since
the race.
Donald Trump has been reelected president, Cenk Uygur has been going on a number of shows, but particularly right-wing leaning shows. Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool. His latest appearance was at the Turning Points conference with, of course, Charlie Kirk. And he has thoughts on why he's doing that, and I have thoughts on what he is doing. And so I wanted to hear them out and also...
Wow, Francesca sucking us in.
express my
I got
feelings.
thoughts.
But,
He's got
so here he
thoughts.
is.
But you're
Cenk
gonna
Uygur
have
for
to
as
wait.
much as we can squeeze into this blessed hour. Welcome for the first time to the Bitchuation room.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for having me on, Franny. Appreciate it. And thanks for the intro.
Yeah, man. I gotta say, it's like it's not an understatement to say that I've lost sleep over what's been going on. That I've been really upset, angry, and like wounded, if that makes sense to you. I have also refrained from tweeting at you, Cenk. I've refrained from doing videos about you without your presence. I've refrained from misrepresenting you. But man, on the inside, it's been rough. So I do want to ask you, I feel like we are in the precipice.
Wow. Francesca repressing herself, trying to be nice to her quasi-boss, even though she's got her own channel these days. Does she own... God damn it, I hope she... I hope that she owns this YouTube channel she shoots on. I think she does.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But seriously, like, she's being repressed.
Side, it's been rough. So I do want to ask you, I feel like we are in the precipice of a really perilous time of true authoritarianism coming to the United States. And someone like you, who has been such a leader on the progressive left, has such a massive role to play in this moment as a stalwart of resistance, as so many of these centrists are kowtowing to the right. And then I see you on the same stages with, and in the same rooms with.
You know what's amazing about this? We're only 4 minutes in, and we just got done watching that Marc Lamont Hill interview, which was a day before this happened. But you can see Cenk's lips have already pretty much disappeared into his face. Like there's only like 5%, like just tiny, like a tiny fraction of his lips still peeking out. Most of them have receded already in seething anger and disappointment. He looks kind of tired too in this picture too, doesn't he? He's just looking.
The right wingers, who are mouthpieces of said authoritarianism.
Oh, there they go.
And
There's the rest of them.
I don't believe that you are actually pushing back instead. And I think there's a project here. You're trying to find points of agreement. So what are you doing, and why are you doing what you're doing?
Yeah. So I appreciate that, that you're having me on as opposed to talking about me and raging, etc. without actually.
Thank you for not doing a clip vid about me and having me on. Okay, Cenk. So he's so glad. He's so glad to be doing this.
That you're having me on as opposed to talking about me and raging, etc., without actually getting into the full conversation. So, look. First, let me acknowledge, Franny, that I get why people are concerned. So you've seen this pattern a number of times. So people think, oh, this is the beginning
Ooh,
of the
a pattern.
pattern. We know how that ends, right? So you see Dave Rubin go talk to Tucker Carlson once. You say, well, okay, he's defending our side or finding a point of agreement, whatever.
That's an interesting
right?
example.
But then next thing
Yeah.
you know, he agrees with Tucker again and again and again and again.
Yeah, yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's talking about
Yeah.
how bad
That
the
is what this is
left
reminiscent of.
and how, you know, and my favorite example about how the forest fires in California started because the fire
Right.
departments allowed gay people to join.
Why is that your favorite
Wild,
example?
wild.
Yeah, and Franny, we
What about Jimmy? Because it was fascinating. This is what's happening. Like it's because this is what everybody feels like is happening at TYT right now. Is it like instead of just going one by one, TYT like Cenk and Ana, who are basically steering the ship over there, are like together, being like, all right, we're all going to the right. Everybody, turn the rudder starboard.
seen this movie many times, and me especially as a Muslim, because Israel always finds collaborators and to come out and go, oh, look at this Muslim guy. He says Muslims are violent, and it is in their book, and it's all their fault, right? And one of those mouthpieces. So I understand, guys, that pattern exists, and so why people would be concerned the minute it seems like you're taking the first step there. But it is possible to not do that pattern, and we are not doing that pattern. And there's massive differences there, right? So they let go of all their positions. We've let go of none of our positions. And people think this is after the election. But Pranny, as you know, I've been battling what I call the far left for years now. So I think that's a perfectly fine area of disagreement to have within a movement. I know that some people think, no, we're not allowed to disagree. And any disagreement is heresy, right? And that's a core thing that we'll probably discuss here today, right? As one of the issues. And so now in terms of, so why am I doing it? Or how did it come about? So how it came.
I mean, I feel like that's what Cenk's doing, right? And he's just sort of projecting it onto other people. Because we just got done earlier hearing him and Ana complaining about how the other people have ideas that are too far left and they're ruining everything for them, right? I don't know if it was personally or for the party or for whatever it was, but it was basically like the standard, you know, talking. It almost felt like, you know, how right after the election, right after Kamala Harris had clearly lost, we had all these, you know, people, Julie Roginski on CNN, other people coming out and saying it was actually pronouns and it was the fact we didn't go far right enough on everything, even though anybody with a pulse and with a, you know, any sort of, you know, well, finger on the pulse, at least, that's really what I meant, on what was going on during the course of the election, was well, we hadn't gone too far left. It was the opposite of that, but no, it's just, I don't understand why TYT is doing this. Aside this, the only reason I can feel like is either money, or like I said earlier, is that like somehow something happened to Cenk, and I don't know what happened to Ana. Maybe it was just the existence of homeless people at one point just really triggered her, and that's what started it for her. And for Cenk, it was losing the presidential campaign by such a landslide that made him feel like he was really, you know, I feel like maybe it's those two things combined, right? There's probably different reasons for both of them.
About is when I was doing that protest run against Biden, I went on all the shows I possibly could, left wing, right wing, etc. And on the right wing shows, I was expecting what I always get from right wing, which is the Republicans are right and you guys are all evil and no points.
By the way, has anybody, you know what we didn't do, which I feel like is because like for so long, like I had respect for TYT, like it was slightly, at least some modicum of respect, more than like the mainstream media, and like I didn't want to go after them constantly, and there was already so many people doing it. But like I'm like, now that we're watching this, I'm thinking like, what was it that they were saying after the ruling of Grants Pass, right? Because like I know what they've been talking about generally from what other people talk about with them and their, you know, views on homelessness and all these other things, and it's just like, You know, what do they think when the Supreme Court made it completely illegal to be a homeless person?
Agreement, just a bunch of robots, right? And what I started to see was they're not as robotic as we thought they were, right? And so there was like these flashes of like, wait, they actually genuinely hate Mitch McConnell. That's interesting. I know why. I know it's because Trump said he was bad, right? But at the same time, there's a second reason. And I know that a lot of people on the left don't believe it, but I'm here to tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes. There are actual populists in those right-wing hills, and they don't like the establishment. They hate the establishment. Now, they don't have the same opinions with us on social issues, cultural issues.
I said it before, I'll say it again. If they hate the establishment so much, then why is there no complaints about billionaires taking the taking the forefront in the administration, right? The fact that there's like a $500 billion cabinet Donald Trump is attempting to install into the future government, right? And like, why is that not a problem? The only problem that's come up with regards to Elon Musk is the fact that he recently came out about how he actually thought immigrants were good. And many of Donald Trump's voters were very upset about that on the internet. That's the only thing.
And then
they were fine with the fact that this dude who owns many companies that maybe some of them may work at, where he doesn't want workers to have rights, right? Or that, you know, because like it's not just SpaceX or Tesla. He owns so many other things. Starlink. He's got his fingers on so many different fucking companies.
Follow the rich white man.
Genuinely hate war. Now, if Trump declares war on Panama and they all go along, then I was wrong. Okay, so we'll get to that too. And so more and more. And Charlie Kirk came on in the RNC.
He's already asking for the Panama Canal back. Literally.
He started talking about how bad BlackRock was.
And back is a hilarious, hilarious term. Because like
that's what
one thing about it that Donald Trump seems to be forgetting history-wise is that there are people there before us. And even people before the people that were there before the people before us. But like even like the French, or I think maybe God damn it, I want to say like this, the Portuguese, was it? No. Spanish? Could have been the Dutch too. Like a bunch of people tried to help build the canal there at one point and controlled the area in that one area, including the people that were indigenous to the area that were not from Europe. And so any of those people could also be like, hey, you know what? And we were there too. We were working on that canal. Why isn't it ours? Why can't we have it?
That's what we say, right? And I couldn't believe that Charlie Kirk of all people was coming in our direction on that issue.
Can't believe it.
And so I think their funding might have changed, to be honest. I'm
really. I love this pause point. Look at Francesca's face. Oh my god, look at her face. Like her eyes are like going up into her head. She's like so that's Francesca's face is how I feel inside right now. That's like literally how I feel right now. It's like, what in the fuck are you talking about, Cenk? Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk shifted to the right and you were so blown away by that, huh? Wow.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
And so the right is not the monolith that we thought they are. And right now, since they've gotten past their robotic establishment, they're in a state of kind of chaos, a chaos that's not so bad in my opinion. And you're seeing it today.
Wow.
MAGA attacking Elon Musk and Vivek.
He loves the chaos. Okay, yeah, great. So I guess, does that mean Cenk is now an accelerationist? Is that what he's basically leaning into here? Is that what I'm hearing?
If they were a monolith and they were robots and they were a cult, that would never happen. Now, I happen to agree with Elon and Vivek on that issue.
I was going to ask you, actually.
Yeah, but first of all, hey, there I am agreeing with Elon and Vivek. Why? Because they agree with us.
So this is about HB1 visas and allowing high-skilled professional immigrant workers who work in tech to be allowed in. The MAGA base says that that's obviously immigration and they want to cut down on that. But Elon and Vivek, again, millionaire and the richest man on earth, want that. Does that not fly? Does that not fly in the face of some of what you've been saying about the base and how the base is actually great and the base is great at populist ideas? One of those populist ideas, Cenk, is mass deportations, is stopping any migration, is getting people out of this country.
Yeah. So, Franny, it's a great question, and so that's why what's happening today is actually so interesting. Because number one, are we allowed to agree with anyone on the other side? Elon said terrible things. He backed that crazy radical right-wing party in Germany, etc. Right? But that doesn't mean he's wrong about these visas. We've had that position on visas our whole lives, right? We agree with, or he has now come to agree with us. Same with Vivek. Now, but what's interesting is, so now MAGA, the populist base of MAGA, rebels against Elon. So number one, that shows that that my thesis that they will rebel against is true.
Cenk Uygur's thesis.
Now, do I agree with him?
I think this is sort of like an ethereal, non-real thesis. I don't think he actually wrote down a thesis. I would love to see it if he did. Actually, wait, no, he did, right? He has a book. Oh, God. An entire book. Why can't it just be, somewhere between... It's frustrating. There's no way I'm buying a book.
But remember, just because they're populist doesn't
Post
mean they
something
agree with us
to
on
Reddit.
everything. On social and
Cenk?
cultural issues, we have massive disagreements. Massive. I'm looking for the agreements on the economically populist stuff. So on this one, they're anti-immigration. And so again, it's not a monolith. It's a little bit more complicated. But overall, the massive MAGA is anti-immigration. And I obviously don't agree with them on that. I'm an immigrant. And I'm first generation. I wasn't even born here, right? So all this talk of deportation, and now this crazy thing that one of them came out with, denaturalizing people, that's just nuts, right? So China, and I say that to their face in all the shows that I go on. I go, look, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. I think you're nuts on this, right? But now we do agree on some things: anti-war, anti-corruption, etc. Even if I know, guys, I know Trump is massively corrupt, and they've been misdirected. But within that chaos of the right wing, interesting, different coalitions can break out, as you're seeing today with these different coalitions within MAGA. Yeah. So
I feel like this is Cenk trying to draw from the wrong pool. Okay, if there's not enough content out there right now of persuasive left-wing arguments for people that are currently right-wing, right? I don't think going out there and doing what he did is going to help, right? And the fact is like people like Cenk need to be holding Democrats more to account, and not by running for office, right? Like I don't think he ever really did any polling on whether or not he was ever going to be close to winning an election. But as a left-wing, a supposedly left-wing commentator, a person who claimed to be the head of the network that was the home of progressives on YouTube, as that head communicator, he needed to and has been it's incumbent upon him to be doing that and trying to bring in more people, making the tent more expansive to the left rather than not to the right. He stop excluding leftists. Like that's stupid for supposedly the left flank. He called himself the left flank on Turning Points, and then said there's other leftists who are actually further to the left of him. So it's either he doesn't know what the word flank means, or he's just a disingenuous asshole. Of course, but whatever.
Imagine if we had, this is really wild, right? But you've got to take a first step to be able to get to this ultimate conclusion. Imagine if we had voting blocks that weren't strictly Republican or Democrat or strictly MAGA or not, and we could then join the voting block, in this case with Vivek and Elon, and protect these visas, right? Or in another case, we could join the populist right-wing bloc and prevent a war. Again, those are like
a war, a literal war.
Huge dreams.
It's. I mean, I think it's sort of a deal with the devil either way. I do want to just step back. I want to step back from the news a little bit and truly understand what you believe you are doing and who you believe you represent. Just really briefly, who you believe you represent when you go on these shows. You say we a lot, and I'm not sure who you are referring to when you say we. Is it yourself? Is it you? And is it Anna and you and Anna? Is it all of TYT? Is it the broader left? Who do you think you represent when you go on these shows to make the case about how there's commonality?
Yeah. So great question again. So first off, for folks who don't know, Young Turks is the flagship show of the TYT network. So the TYT network is the whole left. So Franny's on the TYT network. This show's on the TYT network, and at least on the podcasting side. And so,
Imagine if you could download Rice. Do 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 do.
Franny is to the left of me on many issues. So is Jordan Ewell. So is so many other people, right? And so I never block anyone from stating their opinions, and I like that we have the whole range, right? And,
he
and
loves
in
it.
the past, we've had David Pakman
He actually
as
loves
part
it.
of the net, like the YouTube network broadly. The
But who's the we, Cenk? Who's the we? You've said these things before, and I have thoughts on them. But who's the we?
So that's TYT. TYT is that whole.
What's strange is earlier, I could have sworn earlier during the stream, I heard Cenk applauding people on their, pro-Gaza opinion. I can't remember who it was specifically that he was applauding for that. And then he's talking about how great it was to have a conversation with David Pakman, a guy who seems to be going further and further to the right, especially on Gaza. But no. Okay, whatever. Consistency is stupid.
And as you know, Franny, we debate on the show all the time.
We don't. We really, like, I just want to be fair. Like, we don't. Because if we did, we would have had this conversation many, many times, but we don't. Number one, I am not the main host. Ana Kasparian is. Number two, I am rarely the fill-in host. Jordan Ewell has been filling in quite frequently. Number three, when I do fill in as a host or as a guest, it depending on the story is when we can actually sometimes maybe squeeze in 1 or 3 minutes of debate, but we have to keep it moving. That is the job. The job is to do the news. It's to get to all the different things. So I just want to say that it's very unfair to say that these debates have happened on the main show. Certainly not with me.
Not in
maybe
one
once
reality.
around trans issues. But I want to leave that aside. Who is we? Who are you saying when you say we?
Okay, but let me address that real quick. But yes, but I've gotten into
Oh my
So
God.
first of all, we do the news, so we debate within that news story. Is it a shorter period of time? Yes. Sometimes I'll do longer ones. I did a longer one with Jordan Ewell and Jules.
Doing journalism over there.
Yes.
Gotta do the journalisms over there
I did a
at
longer one with
TYT.
Jordan Ewell,
Of course.
Jordan Ewell and Jules
Uh-huh.
Sulzdayev, et cetera, and here we are within the network, et cetera. So now that's TYT is the left in general. Young Turks is the flagship show. That's me and Ana, and so I would say that we as Ana
us,
are
them,
maximum populists,
pronouns,
but not maximum left, right? So I am maximum left on some issues.
we were the flank, but not the maximum left.
And so those are
somewhere
two
between the
different
flank and the
political spectrums.
maximum.
There's a left-right spectrum.
Once you've left
and
the
there's
flank and you've gone off the reservation.
I now see Emma Vigeland defending the establishment, which is mind-blowing.
Ari, I want to leave that aside, but I just want to because I really want to talk about what you are doing and what you believe you are doing, and I want to just explain, by showing. And I want to ask you what you think the goal is of what you are doing. But here was a moment where you were on TPUSA's on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist.
Illegal.
TPUSA has had wildly racist and white supremacists associated with them, including inviting people like Nick Fuentes to speak. No matter what you think of his thoughts on BlackRock, here is him asking you about left media. And I gotta say, Cenk, this one sucked real hard for me. And you also, I think I've been using...
Seriously, Francesca, go in. Go in.
opportunities to talk a lot about the left to the right.
I think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks.
Yeah, so we have
we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem.
I just want to stop and say I'm excited to hear which ones you like, given that you just sort of
64
insulted Emma
likes, that's
Vigeland
not
just
my
now. I'm curious which ones you actually do still support that aren't.
64 likes. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We must go back to the ESC Cantina. 7. Okay. Who is that? Blam.
Own, but I'm going to keep going, Cenk. Hang on.
So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
More welcoming.
Cenk's here, right, everybody?
Could you drum up?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right?
Okay, so there you are, and you know.
Yeah, love it. Stick with 100% on what I just said there. I'm 100% right about that. So let's discuss.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm so
discuss.
right.
You had your say there, and you've been saying various degrees of that same thing. And I gotta say, like, I watched this whole, I watched the whole clip, and it started off, and I was like, this is pretty good. This is good. Like, pretty good interview. You know, I like that you're sitting down. It wasn't bad. This moment, like, truly a part of me died when I.
You did a good job, Cenk. You're kind of my boss, and you managed to sit down without falling over. And I thought to myself, hey, there's a guy who's functional. And then I was like, oh, then you started saying words. And I was like, oh, boy, I don't like these words that you're saying.
Watch this.
Wow, I can't believe
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Oh, super. Just like shriveled up and died, floated away into the ocean. Here's what happens. A couple things. He asks you about left-wing media and why there isn't more left-wing media. Which already, as you are there, you know, in the sort of kingdom of turning points, is like, that's such a dig. Like, why are you guys so weak is effectively what he's saying. And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the fracking brothers, the Wilkes brothers. Now they're fishing for new, you know, investors, whatnot, but that there is so much money on the right. He handed this answer to you on a fucking platter, and all you said was, you know what? You guys are really good at being welcoming. People just like you. Cenk, they've got all the money. What are you talking about? That's effectively what you're good at coalescing. And here's my question to you about so that's just number one on the media, because that just stings because I'm in media. But on the 5%, if you disagree with MAGA 5%, they still welcome you. How did that work out for Liz Cheney?
Yeah. So look, is there part of MAGA that'll push you out? Of course.
Of course.
When do they push you out, Cenk? When do they push you out?
Largely when you disagree with Trump.
Exactly.
So listen,
this is the thing that it's the unspoken thing that you're never saying. Like, ultimately, it's all hunky-dory. Elon can tweet back at you. Vivek can listen to you. But if you defy Donald Trump, the God Emperor, you're kicked out of the castle. And no one's defending Liz Cheney. Screw both their castle and the other castle. But Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump 98% of the time. And just the 1% when she was like, hey, you know what? You can't do a coup on this country. And Adam Kinzinger, and they were gone. Too much, so man. Miss me with this 5% BS, yo.
So, all right, Franny, a whole bunch of things here. So, number one, you're right. That's definitely how Turning Point started. Daily Wire certainly started that way. I don't know what their current funding is, but they seem to have a lot more funding than any of us do. So you're right, and I have said that in the past, and I probably should have put that in there in that particular appearance.
Is it just me? Is Cenk blazed right now, or is he just not getting any sleep? His eyes look very tired and red, glazed over.
I mentioned that, and that'll really grate on their nerves, but I've got no problems telling their audience, and I tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money. And they're always shocked by that. And I'm like, because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left, right?
Sure.
So, and we talk.
Cenk, one of those people who's probably not starving on the left.
I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, etc. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, etc.
Like, I just love it because, like, the fact is like, you look at Cenk, and he does not like. Like, I'm not trying to shame, but this guy does not appear to be starving, right? And, you know, if you want to keep me from starving here up in space where it's hard to feed myself, there's plenty of great ways to do that, I would point out. But of all the people I would imagine aren't starving on the left, would be Cenk, right? He's on like one of the top of the list. And so, you know, he's got 5 times as many subs as, say, like the Majority Report, or not quite top 5, but he's like 4 times as many. It's insane that he's doing as well as he is still. You know, and then getting a bunch of revenue from the work of a bunch of other people in his network. And, you know, and for him to be like, oh, we're starving over here on the left, it's like, yeah, some of us are starving, Cenk. Not you.
You're a goner, right? But they are pushing back even on Trump now. So, again, on things that we don't agree with, but on COVID, for example, they thought that Trump did too much COVID protections, etc. And there was, and this is really encouraging. When I talk about Team Miriam, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walz. So those are the 4 that put in by the neocons put in by Miriam Adelson. In the old days, what I would have gotten Franny is, no way, they're the greatest. They're not neocons. You're a liar. Trump picked them. Trump's the best. Now what I'm getting from the right-wing host, which is amazing, and let alone the base, they're all saying, yeah, I hear you. We got concerns about them. We got concerns. Okay? So that's the thing I never heard before. So that is a change. Now, in terms of the concept that I'm referring to.
Who is he hearing people? What?
The 5%, 95%. But, Franny, we're in the middle of that right now. This is the perfect example. So I started the largest progressive network. I've given, dozens of progressives opportunities they didn't have before. I started Just Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The minute I disagree, like 5% on trans issues or crime, everybody's like right wing, fascist, right wing.
It's the way that
almost every show.
Cenk's been framing things lately.
You don't push people out. You're pushing out.
Like TYT was talking about the whole Venezuelan crime gang apartment takeover that turned out to be a complete hoax done by a landlord, and like they leaned into that shit. They're doing the Chilean border takeover or something, and the way that they frame it, like, it's like, dude, like you can talk about it, but maybe try and find some nuance. Maybe try to not just, you know, blame like, you know, countries south of the southern border, right, for things that, you know, as just a knee-jerk reaction with zero actual evidence. You know, maybe try to do some kind of actual journalism like you keep talking about during this discussion. I don't know.
I don't want reality.
The movement overall, at least the online left movement, seems to be trying to push out the one network that has helped progressives more than any other network, and it's not in dispute. But my God, we have 5% disagreement. So tear it down. This is the destructive extreme left that I honestly, that portion, that kind of destructive attitude is poison. It's not just poison to us; it's poison to our chances of winning because we keep pushing people out. We keep pushing people out, and then all of a sudden we lost all the swing states and we lost the popular vote. I'm trying to get our side to wake up, snap out of our hypnosis.
Oh, we're all hypnotized.
We hate the right wing, and they're all white supremacists, and they're all racist, and they're all.
No, and here's the thing. He keeps... I don't know what's going on with this guy and what happened to him, but nobody's doing that. What we are saying, though, is that there is a huge Venn diagram of the two. You know, there's not a lot of white supremacists that are voting on for Kamala Harris, right? Like, is that not a fair you know, is that not a fair sort of assumption to be making here in terms of the demographics of it all, the statistics? It's pretty clear. And yet Cenk is having a literal meltdown over something that's A, not happening, and B, is the same framing as this Tucker Carlson. And yet he continues to want to claim that he's on the left. He's like the left flank of progressive politics and all this shit.
Sexist and we hate.
It's out of control.
We never go in the room with them. We hate. What the hell happened to us? And no one's allowed to disagree.
In 6 months, TYT will be putting out videos on Great Replacement Theory.
We're now authoritarian. No.
So, wait, Cenk, can I just clarify?
I will never allow the left to be authoritarian, and this idea of just hating the other side is poison.
You know what's so funny about you calling the left authoritarian is that you think the left has power. Like, I love that you think
total nonsense.
We are on the precipice of real authoritarianism and real fascism, and you believe that the online left are the authoritarians. I mean, I don't know how to tell you. You sound like Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi had a kid, and it came out.
Oh, you're so disappointing, Cenk.
Let me just ask you, though. Let me just ask you.
Fallen so far.
What shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Yeah, so I said, look, there's a lot of good populist shows on the left that I like, and it's because there are. So Breaking Point's a good show. Kyle Kulinski's Secular Talk is a good show. He was against me going on MAGA. I haven't seen his video, but Kyle's been against us a couple of times.
Yeah, Kyle found we just got done listening to that take, Kyle's, and he found it to be utterly farcical.
But I largely didn't hold a grudge on that.
But wait, let me just stop you. Let me just stop you. First of all, you had a great conversation with Crystal Ball. I think she made some really good points to you I think it was on Breaking Points. Kyle has, I think, been very disturbed, especially by your appearance with Charlie Kirk. But what you just said there, they've been against us. I really want to just dig into this idea that, because you're a fighter, man. That's cool. That's great. But like, you really do have a very I almost want to call it Bush-like, Cheney-like, you're with us or against us attitude.
100% wrong.
Like, you just literally, I love that you're proving my point. But
no,
when
I
say this,
oh my God,
you sound like people are either.
It seems like you can see the Cenk is going down this sort of spiral here. Like, he's on his own, like the show of a woman who's basically of his own network, and he's just yelling at her now, like, just actively going, "You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." Of course, and it's like, dude, when are you going to wake up that it's you? It's not everybody else. It's this.
Against you, but if they criticize you, they are not. And yet, here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to.
He is doubling down on this take. Yes, I will. Oh my God, this is rough.
I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound All right. Anyway,
You think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay,
Sure,
if they
sure,
start
sure.
at all.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
to stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable
Yes,
communities.
you are. You're using
I'm
them as
standing
human
in
shields.
front of vulnerable communities.
No,
James,
you're
what
not.
are you doing? What are
No,
you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
Uh-huh,
I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please,
I am
don't,
in danger.
help
That's why I have to lick the boot.
Come on, Jake. This is so sad.
I've quantified the danger,
Let's
Fran.
take it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down.
I have quantified the danger, Francesca, and I am actually #1 most in danger, which is why I have to lick the boot.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Let me just ask you
Shut
real,
up.
real honest.
My
honest to God.
employee.
You already sent 12 things that I need to
honest
respond to. Can I respond
no,
to them?
No, I want to ask you this
No,
one
of
question.
course not.
Let's talk about you going on these shows. Just simmer down. Let me ask you one question. Imagine if Kamala Harris had won. Okay, she wins. She wins the popular vote. She wins obviously the electoral college. Incredible, first female president. Blah blah blah. All this stuff. And Tucker Carlson started making all these rounds on really progressive leftist shows, went on Kyle's show, went on my show. I'm like, who the hell? Started reaching out and wanting to talk and wanting to come to agreement on things. What would that look like to you?
Yeah, it would look like Tucker was trying to reach out. Tucker's not an example because I would be surprised if he did that. But okay, yeah, no problem.
It would look like Tucker's just trying to have a conversation. Oh my god. If Tucker reached out to him, to that dog, I think the only reason, I think we all know exactly why he would be, because to use Cenk to agree with him on talking points that he knows Cenk agrees with him on now. And Cenk is bringing it up because he's hoping to get onto that show. This is Cenk basically throwing in the towel on progressivism. He's like, you know what? Fuck you, Francesca. Tucker Carlson's actually great.
He's selling out? No, there's no chance.
No. Well, I'm not. It's not about selling out. What would it just seem like? Hey, man, we can agree. Yeah, you know what? I did say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire and she's basically a communist, but now I just feel like I've antagonized you and I'm here to break bread and let's talk and let's get stuff done. What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I'd find it interesting. Why? What does it look like to you?
I mean, to me, if Tucker Carlson did that, I'd be like, oh, we fucking won.
What you talking about?
We won like crazy. We won so resoundingly. He's doing an apology tour because 3 ghosts visited him in the middle of the night and he's completely changed his tune because he wants to throw down with the winners. We are crushing it. And I saw in that moment, you want me to play it for you? When Charlie Kirk goes, "We're glad Cenk's here, everybody." And that was the feeling that I think a lot of right-wingers have when they look at you, Cenk, where they're like, damn, we crushed so hard.
We got the entire
guy is a turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Cenk as the head of TYT. Everybody sees him as the leader of that network. When he comes out and does this, it's not like Dave Rubin leaving, huge. They loved that. You've seen how successful Jimmy Dore has been in leaving and going on completely insane right-wing escapades. But for Cenk to do it, he's speaking for an entire group of people, and essentially, it's like an entire, if it's all a war, right? It's like an entire battalion conceding mid battle. Just being like, you know what, like the general being like, actually, I'm throw up the white flag. We're done. Actually, we're going to the other side now to see if we can make some inroads there. Thank you. That is all. No questions.
Now.
Yeah, except I'm not turning. I've said it 2,000 times.
I'm just saying what it would look like. I'm just saying what it would look.
You keep saying it like it's true when it isn't remotely true.
Oh my
But
God,
okay,
he's
let me
screaming.
So, okay, number one, you're empirically wrong because guess what's happening? Matt Gaetz has reached out to us, Tucker Carlson, to come on our shows. And so it's your exact analogy, okay? Patrick Bet-David, et cetera, and they won. They're still trying to come on the Young Turks. Why? Because they're trying to have a conversation, not because they want to do an
So he's thinking about it.
apology tour. They think
So we're going to see Tucker Carlson on the Young Turks soon.
But nevertheless,
This should be
wanna
interesting.
Talk to the left.
But you had to make it's because they think that
your version of the left says, no way, we never talk to the other side. But we're not authoritarian.
Jake, that's not true.
We're not authoritarian. You're not allowed to disagree 1%, but we're not authoritarian. We have no
God.
power, so we're not authoritarian. So that's not how it works, Franny. And the establishment Democrats are also authoritarian. So what do they say? You
This
must
dude is
agree with
Alex
Kamala Harris,
Jones.
otherwise, that's it. You're a heretic. You're getting driven out from the party. You know that. The establishment Democrats have done that to us for the last 20 years. Don't tell me that there's no power on the left. There's tons of power on the left. And when the swarm comes, the left-wing swarm, you'd like to be called a woman. You're racist, fascist, transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset. Just you don't have to have power to have an authoritarian mindset. And there's different versions of power. There's the shunning power. There's social media power. There's mainstream media power. There's political power. There's all sorts of different power. So look, guys, the left. First of all,
there's also just money and.
How long? I feel like we should start like a chat poll or some sort of a betting pool on how long it takes for TYT to start selling elk powder and you know like testosterone pills,
actual power,
kettlebells.
It gets back to the we. So you asked me politically, who do I represent? I represent the great majority of left-wing voters. The great majority of left-wing voters are not pro-establishment. They get tricked by mainstream media into voting in that direction. It drives me absolutely nuts. But when you ask them about policies, they agree with us completely on policies, right? And the great majority of left-wing voters are not far left. They think a woman should be called a woman. And I'm not saying that in some dismissive way. I'm in favor of trans rights. If you want to be called a birthing...
They're gonna There's going to be an entire line of supplements. It's going to be Ana Kasparian branded supplements called Not a Birthing Person. It's going to be all like very woman centric, but without being like, it's going to be treading a very, very fine line of horrifying.
We love it. We got no problem with it. You be called a birthing person, but when you say no, you.
What do you think they'll go with? Gummies or chewables?
America hates it.
Or
left-wing voters hate it.
I just want to say,
no crime,
or
left-wing voters
just
hate
straight
it.
pills.
So I'm standing up for the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and left-wing voters.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
He's yelling so much at Francesca.
Saying, you're not allowed to disagree with the establishment. You're not allowed to disagree with the extreme left. No, I am allowed.
My God.
I am allowed.
Hang on. Wait, please. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here, truly. And I hear what you're saying. I know it can feel online like a circular firing squad. I understand.
Billion%.
Hang
it
on.
happens every time.
I know it does. So I come from movement backgrounds, right? I've been in many spaces since the global justice movement in the early 2000s, then the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example. So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry. In fact, we're in, again, a moment just before.
Doesn't it feel a little bit like she's talking to a child right now? Like a child with power. It's almost like a prince, right? Like who you have to explain something to, right? Who's like, okay, I know that you've lived like this for a long time, but actually, things are a certain way that you are clearly evincing right now. And we got to talk about that. So how can I best explain it to you to keep you from yelling so much?
Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself, people who are on the streets demonstrating for Palestine, will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess maybe I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before this. I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment and who is not the
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Great question. So, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate PAC money, serve their corporate donors 100%, lie to us 24/7, never intend to do any progressive policy positions, never intend to do any Democratic policy positions that they state in campaigns, and are backed by the liar.
Okay, so this is fascinating. I mean, in some ways he's not wrong, but the fact is like the juxtaposition here in this argument, because we're talking about him having made an appearance at Turning Points USA, like, and his suggestion that that's the place where, by juxtaposition, like that's the place where we're gonna get progressive politics. Is it fucking insane?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And mainstream media pretending that they're on our side when they're playing good cop, bad cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind on behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
So they're complicated. The reason
they're
is because
complicated.
they act like the establishment.
They're complicated. Oh, I see. Thank you.
Same robberies.
So
the
glad
same
we have
corporate
you here.
tax cuts, but they are pretending to be populist, and that's why I've called Donald Trump a fake populist hundreds of times, right? And so.
So the richest man on the planet. It's complicated. He's not the establishment. Sometimes he says some establishment stuff. Sometimes he says some white supremacist stuff. And sometimes he says some normal rich guy stuff.
And I've called him a fake populist on right-wing shows. And I've said, hey, watch out for your own donors on right-wing shows, right? And so, but they're not part of this the machine that was.
Oh, no. Because he owns the machine.
Mitch McConnell.
He owns the machine. He has so much money that he can buy the machine. He's so rich that Citizens United, like, he wields the Citizens United decision in a way that changes elections wherever he looks, and it like he doesn't have to run for office. He just got a free, but not free to him. It was free. $250 million was basically free to the richest man on the planet, who has billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on top of that.
Follow the rich white man.
And like Cenk is like, he's not the establishment. It's like, yeah, he come on, he owns the means of production.
And Joe Biden were the co-captains of the Borg, and that machine was unstoppable, and that machine was, maintains corporate rule, and that's my mortal enemy. That Borg is the one we should all be fighting against.
So do you think it's less bad that one person donates $277 million to a candidate versus 5 people donating $277 million to a candidate? Elon Musk gave $277 million to Donald Trump and is now, again, worth $400 billion. Is that somehow less establishment in your mind?
So there's 2 parts of it, Franny. One is they at least talk the populist game, and the advantage of that is that also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey, them faking populism, remember the people that are hearing that message don't realize it's fake, right? Mm-hmm. So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon is an angel, but what it does mean,
what does it mean?
But what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity for us to actually coalesce.
So he wants to coalesce with Steve Bannon? Is that a joke? Is this a joke? Is that what he's saying? Maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying. But he thinks it is good for us to get in there with the Steve Bannon crowd. Is that what Cenk wants? That's what his answer to this last election is not to circle the wagons to some degree, or to at least reach back out to the left at him and many TYT people like Ana Kasparian have been, sort of pushing back on Ben Glebe, whomever else you want to bring up in that list. There's at least a few in there. It's not sort of pushing back on any of that and sort of reopening yourself to the left that he's been sort of shunning himself. No, it's about actually reaching out to Steve Bannon and the people who listen to Steve Bannon and think Steve Bannon's a good guy and things, and think that anything that Steve Bannon has. I know that Cenk has listened to Steve Bannon before. It's not possible that he hasn't. And I find it utterly bewildering that he is saying this shit. Steve Bannon spoke at this conference. The stuff we listened to, some of the stuff that Steve Bannon talked about, didn't we? It was insane. It was insane. It was like listening to a racist version of what's it called? National Treasure, right? With Nick Cage. It was like it was like if, all right, no, I'm not, no, I'm going too far. 70, that's insane. That's too many likes. That's too many likes.
That's too much, man!
Okay. Okay, all right.
On economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's point one, and it's super important. Point two is, in some ways that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways it's better. So how is it worse? So Miriam Adelson gives 137 million to Trump, and Sheldon Adelson had given him 200 million in previous campaigns. So he delivers foreign policy to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
Moved our embassy in his first term. Now he's thinking about allowing the annexation of northern Gaza and the West Bank. And you saw me fight tooth and nail against Trump because that's what I was really, really worried about.
You were doing it. Now you're not worried about that. Now he's not worried about that. Now you're going and sort of lapping at the bowl. Is that what you're saying? It's not a big deal anymore. Because he's speaking in the past tense, right?
Elon, he handed all of the...
And as a communicator, it does obfuscate my point a little bit.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The point is as a communicator, he's using the past tense, so words should be important.
Precision of language, please.
Domestic policy to him. So that's how it's worse. How in the world could it be at the same time a little bit better? Well, the way that it's better is that it's not a machine, it's chaotic. So it's one guy here and another person there, but the other person disagrees with Miriam, and then Trump doesn't quite know what to do, and he listens to the last person in the room, but he also kind of listens to his base. We've got chaos there, and chaos is way better than a machine. A machine is ruthless and just steamrolls you.
So I think that's
nothing worse than the McConnell-Biden era. Nothing worse.
Okay, I do want to talk about the McConnell-Biden era and establishment a little bit more, but just on that, I feel like my very first question to you is, well, what are you doing? I feel like that's the most cogent answer I've gotten from you that I could sort of get on board with, which is exploit the chaos
I love that.
to turn MAGA against Trump.
the silence, the gap, the vacuum in between that. Those two statements, like, what are you doing? And Cenk just sitting there completely placidly broken inside, I think, a little bit.
But even if you wanted to do that, I'm not sure you're achieving it through the kinds of interviews that you're doing and the way that you're playing.
Is it just me, or does it feel a little bit like Cenk is contemplating like what checks he can cancel for Francesca in this moment? He's like, how can I use my power as a boss to make her life worse right now?
Go on those stages and hit the left more than you do the right. But I just want to leave that there. I accept the hey, let's, plant the booby traps so that we can make them fall into them later, that kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, even if I sort of strategically disagree with it. I want to talk about the establishment, though, and Mitch McConnell. So, for example, Mitch McConnell, who I am no fan on, obviously, believes that there should not be recess appointments for the Trump administration. Would you say that that is establishment, ergo you are anti that and anti-establishment?
Mitch McConnell is against recess appointments.
Yes.
So that one's a super tough one because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president and he wanted to put in Stephanie Kelton as Treasury Secretary, I actually would disagree with that. But I put that as an example. The establishment would say no way, and they would block it with everything that they have. There is a scenario where I would say, Bernie, do a recess appointment, right? And so on the other hand, if Bernie came in and said, I don't care about advice and consent to the Senate, I'm just going to do everyone as a recess appointment, I would say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Why?
So
because it's...
This is what makes this so stupid. Like, is that Cenk is capable of identifying the fucked up, hypocritical politics that Republicans are playing. And then he goes on and sort of just plays softball with Charlie Kirk and gives congratulatory praise, all this other shit. And then he's capable, then he's like certain tiny little pieces of this very long conversation with Francesca. He does manage to find correct conclusions on what's going on, but then can't seem to connect how, like, oh, empowering those people might be bad. Maybe bad for the supposed cause that I'm claiming to be the biggest. He literally said, I'm the biggest voice on the left. Right?
Anti-democratic, was that?
Yeah, the core of so, Franny, the core of the question is, when we talk about the system, what do we mean by the system? Because there's two different systems that people refer to, and then they conflate them. The system we want to protect is democracy, the Constitution, civil rights, etc. That's the system that we love and believe in. The system we do not want to protect and we want to fight against is donor money, establishment, protecting the status quo, protecting corporate rule. So separate those two things out, because one, the permanent system of the Constitution and democracy is great. The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates those two things?
I think the left often conflates those two things too.
Well, okay, so you you would be in favor of Donald
sounds
Trump
like a
doing
Republican.
recess appointments, or you wouldn't in this case?
So if he's doing blanket recess appointments, I'm against it. I always think shoe on the other foot. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders. In order to be fair, hey, how would I feel if it was the other way around? If he does one or two, I understand it as a matter of philosophy.
Okay.
But if he does a recess appointment, I'm very likely to be against that particular person, like a Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth. He's going to do recess appointments on the most radical culture warrior stuff that I hate. I hate when the right does culture war stuff. I don't love it when the left does it, but I certainly hate it when the right does it. And so I'm worried about his recess appointments because of the people, the specific people that he's likely to do them with.
One of those things also in terms of this establishment and anti-establishment sort of framework that you're using is also Project 2025 and Russell Vogt, who he just
Project
appointed
25?
to be the head of the Office
Never heard
of
of it.
Management and Budget.
Never heard of it.
Russell Vogt would like to fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political
former chief of
dissidents. This
staff.
is all obviously in
Good
Project
guy.
2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? Isn't there's nothing greater, there's nothing more anti-establishment than firing a bunch of federal workers. Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base because they feel like, oh, we're fighting against the government, right? But what I'm trying to get them to understand is, like, you guys, they think that the government is a blanket bad thing. And so the story I often tell on these shows is the one that Matt Stoller does, great progressive, done great anti-monopoly work in the Senate, et cetera, which is, hey, what kind of, what size pipe should I get? And people always ask, and that's why Matt does it this way, well, what job are you doing? It depends. And that's exactly the point that I make to these right wingers. Do we want big government or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a woman and a doctor? Then I want smaller government, right? But if we're going to protect the average American from the bankers, then I want a little bit larger government. I don't want to defund the police on Wall Street, right? So I explain that, hey, you can fire people that are at the IRS.
I don't think he even understands. What is he talking about?
The very rich who cheat on.
Defund the police on Wall Street. What does that even mean? Can anybody explain to me what the fuck that means?
What?
That face from Francesca is
Audit
amazing.
the Pentagon, which the IRS doesn't do, but it's very interesting that you got everyone to cheer auditing the Pentagon, but of course
Oh, it's a
they're
perfect
the
pause.
idea of auditing billionaires. The Republicans are absolutely against that because they've been trying to defund the IRS. And
It's a perfect pause.
I did everything right and they
I
indicted
can't
me.
remember. Again, there's different layers of right wing now. Their leaders who are almost uniformly full of crap. Then there's a middle bureaucracy, and then there's the voters. And the voters,
I feel like it would be the SEC, right? Like the SEC is the first group of people, but that's being generous to him because it doesn't even make sense. Why would, if you, as a leftist, why would you want to defund the SEC? Like the SEC, FDIC, I guess, would be the first two people I think of. FINRA, FTC would come last, but they're technically would be in that line of command or chain of regulatory groups that would have some sort of purview over that. But it's a strange thing for somebody who's claiming to be a leftist to be saying. But if that's what we're assuming is what he's talking about, yeah, it's strange. But I feel like it's still being generous. I don't know what he means by that. I don't know if he knows what he means by that.
Those MAGA guys, they will tell you exactly what they think. They're not holding anything back. They have no need to lie to you.
yeah, they've been telling us for many, many years.
Yeah. So they're also not lying when they say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They might have been misdirected, but they're not lying. So what I'm trying to get them to see is firing the federal workers is not the answer.
Yeah.
Cutting the Pentagon is part of the answer.
Okay. Yeah.
And so when they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, they're not lying. The MAGA voters
they're
actually want to cut the Pentagon.
What
What
do
their
you
leaders will
think?
do is a completely different question. And so one more thing that's super important, though.
Which ones?
It's not a booby trap, Franny. I understand what you're saying, and that's one.
12 of them,
but
who in theory don't like paying for those things.
Actually agree. You're not tricking them. You're just getting them to see.
I think I hear them complain about it, but to be honest, it doesn't really ever come to fruition or check out, right? Like they claim to be anti-war, but then they vote for these things. Like the Republican politicians are constantly voting for them. So does that even matter? And the percentage of people who support wars is much higher in the Republican Party than left, and then on the left, and then on the Democrat Party. It's just a fact.
Guys, you wanted to cut the Pentagon, but look, your leaders didn't cut the Pentagon. So do you see how they led you astray?
Oh,
I'm actually getting
he's
them
there to tell them that
I'm just showing them that their leaders are not doing the things that they promised. On the other hand, sometimes Trump responds to his base. So if that base gets angry enough and says, hey, let's cut the Pentagon, maybe Trump does cut the Pentagon, where Biden never would, McConnell never would. In the Biden-McConnell era, the Pentagon...
I see. So Cenk is just going there to incept the the Turning Point USA audience into pressuring Donald Trump to cut the budget on the military. Fascinating.
Only going to get increased
That's
forever
fascinating.
and ever and ever. Corruption is always going to.
There's no way that doesn't work.
I mean, wait, just on
An
this.
advantage for us is that he likes to be popular. He just doesn't know how. So.
Sure. So I just really want to, just drill down on a couple of those things. And then there's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to take too much of your time, but just on this new MAGA, old MAGA thing. I've heard you say new MAGA as you talk about anti-corruption, anti-war. Cenk, they were like that in 2016, man. I mean, let's be honest. The reason Donald Trump just destroyed the Republican primary, was absolutely being an outsider, right? And sort of purported seemingly anti-establishment, even though, he's a billionaire, part of the elite. But it really was around.
Yeah, and the thing about this, for me, is that, while Donald Trump may have said that he was against, the military expansionism, not, I don't think he used that term specifically, but, more vaguely about, all that spending, I came down to it, and when he didn't cut the budget for the military, his voters were more concerned about whether or not, the migrants were getting deported fast enough, right? Or whether or not especially during part of Donald Trump's presidency, whether or not the certain, the Target or Walgreens was telling them to wear a mask before coming into the store, right? And whatever.
Being against the Iraq War. Now, for his reasoning was, we should have taken all the oil, F those, whatever, enter expletive, right? Which I think gets to another point. But he was also, remember, in terms of the corruption stuff, they wanted to get rid of, what was it? They wanted term limits. They had term limits and were suggesting them early on. So the actual the outgrowth of an entire country tired of 8 years of Bush and endless war, and also that was, suffering from the 2008 financial collapse and didn't have any faith in the banks and these financial institutions and all the politicians that protect them, and that was already in the ether, right? And you had a Bernie Sanders and you had Donald Trump. And of course, the actual establishment, that the centrists that I hate as well, were trying to say Bernie is exactly like Donald Trump. Look at him. He's using the same. No. They were very different. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about the differences between right-wing populism and left-wing populism. I think there is a difference, and there's a very important difference. That difference is historical as well. Mm-hmm. Right-wing populism often feeds off of nativism, off of othering immigrants, religious minorities, blaming those people, and then we can have the socialism, right? That's why, obviously.
Like I was saying, they're fine with the socialism once we get rid of the other, right? Once we get, Hitler Germany, right? Nazi Germany had, the National Socialist Party, but that was to include a specific group of people, right? And the plan was to get rid of another group of people, if you recall, or a couple of different groups of people.
In Hitler's Third Reich, you've got a National Socialist Party.
Thank you.
Right, this is Germany for the Germans,
Fran.
And there are people who are in Germany are the Germans, and people who are not the Germans. That also in this country, although you scoff when I talk about Chinese Americans, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically dividing working class people in this country based on race, saying the Chinese are the reason we don't have anything. They're the ones taking all of our jobs, even though we know that the rich robber barons were absolutely taking advantage of them, just like we know that all the Trump donors who paid for their positions in this administration are also taking advantage of undocumented labor. So do you see a difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism? And are you not barking up not just the wrong tree, but a very, very dangerous one?
Yeah. So, no, I think there's a massive difference. And so first, let me just quickly address what you said about the Chinese.
So different.
So Chinese were the only nationality ever banned from America. Trump considered a Muslim ban, but didn't actually execute one. Chinese were actually banned from America for a long time. So I know all about racism against Chinese, and obviously that also sprung up during COVID, etc. But I just in that heated moment there, I was saying that the Chinese are maybe third or fourth in line these days.
Oh, here we go.
Not from what they're talking about. I mean, I'm just.
Checking his list. That's not how it goes. I'm trying to remember. What are the goddamn lyrics to that? Cenk is checking his list, though. Okay, I can't remember the lyrics to that goddamn song. But Cenk is checking his list. He's checking it twice. He's trying to find out who is naughty and who is more in danger of being deported or not.
at what they're saying, which is like this would be the easiest group to like sweep up. Like I'm just saying, not like Chinese immigrants who've been here for decades. No, I understand. That's why I said that. I didn't just pick it because I'm Chinese. I literally just
Right, making the list is what starts first.
But
Thank
anyway,
you. Then he checks
you
it.
agree.
No,
Right.
I'm not.
Sure.
I'm worried
you agree, though.
It's festive,
you agree
though,
that there
is
is
what
a
it is.
difference between left-wing populism and right-wing populism.
Yeah. So now let's get to the core of it. So there's left-wing and right-wing populists on social issues disagree more than we disagree with the establishment.
Make
The
it first.
establishment
Then
is
you go. Of
generally
course, you
like,
make it first.
we don't really care if you're
I'm very
Chinese,
stupid
Muslim,
for not.
whatever. The
I
only
mean,
color we care about is
I know we're looking at Cenk and his horrible downfall, but I mean, my God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Of course, you have to make the list first, then you can check it. You can't check a list that's not made yet. Then you can check it, and then you can check it 2 times, right? And then you'll find out who is naughty and who's nice.
So hot right now.
Oh no, hydration. That's a good idea.
establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right? And so
and the establishment is again just Biden, Kamala Harris,
McConnell, everyone who takes corporate donations.
I'm staying in the race.
Okay.
but not
So
Donald Trump because he
95%.
doesn't take corporate, except for all the corporate.
I did everything
money
right
he's
and they
taking.
indicted me.
But he's different. Okay, keep going. Okay,
Wait,
I'm
who?
just trying to understand who the establishment is
Trump
and
takes
isn't.
corporate back money. I mean, how
Okay,
many times can I
okay.
call him
Ah, what?
before you believe it? Okay, so the establishment is better on social and cultural issues than the populist right is. So that's why, like, this is not, you can't make blanket things like, in my opinion, never talk to them. They're all racist, etc.
I never said that. I never said not to talk to him. I never said that.
Hold on. Or they're all lovely and they've all turned and they're all amazing and are going to
Good
agree with
people.
us. No, of course not.
Both
right?
sides.
So, but on economic
We
issues,
all know this.
we agree a
Some of the
lot
very best people on
way
one side.
more. And that's super
But there's a few good people on the other
and
side
so,
too.
And you know what it is, Franny. They're using the culture wars, in my opinion, to create a wedge between us. That's why they're called wedge issues, to get us to hate one another instead of realizing that the problem isn't to our left or right. It's up. Look up. The problem is up, right? And so on right-wing populists on that nativist strand that they have, which is real, yes, it's scary and it's super wrong-headed, and it does put us in the line of fire. So when Steve Bannon, he says both of those things. He says tax the rich, increase tax on corporations, and then he says my favorite book is Camp of the Saints, where the hero murders all the immigrants that are coming into France, right? So virulently anti-immigrant, right? And so I don't want to empower the Steve Bannons of the world and the Ann Coulters of the world to do their crazy stuff, right? That is anti-immigrant, anti-my family, anti-me, anti all the people we care about, the American people, the left, everyone, right?
It's fascinating that he should bring up Ann Coulter, right? Because there's an internal war going on in the Republican Party over a person who Ann Coulter refused to vote for, said she would never vote for due to his brown skin, who is now going to be in the future government, who is now part of this war online over this very thing, the existence of immigrants like himself who may have gotten here on visas, things like that.
But we get to fight them on that, Franny. We don't have to say like blanket Steve Bannon's great, Charlie Kirk's great. No, and I've been so clear about this.
So you think you've been fighting?
Yeah, but all those people were at Turning Point's place that he went to and congratulated, right? So they can clip that. He knows that. He's part of a YouTube channel-based organization, right? He knows about clipping, right? So they don't have to show everybody the whole thing. They don't have to push out that whole clip. They can just clip the part where they're like, "Oh, here, look, Cenk Uygur from the host of the Young Turks Progressives saying we're great."
You think you've been fighting them?
Oh, on the issues we disagree on, hell yeah. And so I got into a fight in trigonometry over and that
Getting
show
the fight with
over
trigonometry.
trans
Oh,
girls
the show.
in
It's
high
okay.
school sports. And they were outraged by it.
Honestly, I never watched that show, but like for 1 second, all I could imagine was Cenk yelling at a textbook. Is anybody else doing that?
Yay.
Oh shit! Don James just resubscribed 7 months in a row. Thank you, John. Thank you, Don James. Much appreciated. Hold on, I need to grab another drink. Please hold. Okay, I'm back. This shit is insane. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Just because of how long this thing is.
What you're doing reflects on TYT as a whole,
Oh
or
yeah.
on
Oh, I went too far.
individual
Went too far. Hold on. Yeah.
I'm saying is, no, we don't have to hate everything about him. All we have to say is, so I don't agree with Bobby Kennedy on vaccines. So let's go. Let's fight him and show that he's wrong, right?
Sure.
So there's nothing wrong with
That's all right. I'm willing to give you that.
I think
as we wrap.
Cenk is hoping to get invited to the Kennedy mansion on the Cape or something with this kind of talk. He's like, RFK, he might have some crazy ideas, but you know what? We can have a beer with him. We can sit down and talk about how crazy those ideas are and then figure out where we agree while enjoying one another under the sun.
I do want to ask, do you think about how what you're doing reflects on TYT as a whole or on individual hosts at all? I personally feel implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with.
Burn.
Or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so
That crushed Cenk. It crushed him. You saw it. When she said implicated, he was like, oh my God, how dare you?
implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with? Or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so everything I do should reflect beautifully on everyone who works at TYT?
See, this is a way of getting me, like, saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. You're implicating
I'm
me
not trying.
a strategy I don't agree with. Well, but what am I supposed to do? Not do the strategy I believe in because it might implicate people on the network?
I think I'm asking for empathy. I'm just asking for empathy, Cenk. It's just being a little empathetic.
No, I don't think that's about empathy. I think what you guys are asking for, and this is why I'm not on the far left, is you're saying, since we don't agree with your strategy and your strategy implicates us, you really, if you were empathetic and a good person, you wouldn't do your strategy. And I don't agree. I think my strategy is way better and will protect all of us much better.
He's protecting
and
us.
So I'm not going to purposely do the
Or
wrong
TYT.
strategy because it implicates people on the far left. If you say, hey, I'm so implicated, I'm going to leave. This is unconscionable to me, as some did. Great. I got no problem.
Yeah, that's
with it.
good. That's great.
Everybody makes their own choices.
He's
but
excited
I'm not
about
pushing
that.
anybody out.
Everything is going
Everybody
good.
gets to stay. Everybody gets to have their own opinion. They get to have it passionately. They get to fight me on it. They get to fight everyone on it. They get to make their case.
We get to watch you yell about it.
Super open-minded and allowing everybody to make their case. If you say, Cenk, you shouldn't make your case because some of us
Oh my God.
feel implicated.
What is
by
your
it,
case?
Well, that's your problem, not my problem.
Yeah, I mean about that, I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has.
How long? I mean, how old is Steve Ducey? Anybody see where I'm going with this question? Line of questioning, like, because I'm wondering, because I know Steve is getting old. I don't know how old he is, but I'm starting to think Cenk is seeing an opening there, right? Because Pete Hegseth, he's going to be leaving Fox. There's a bunch of openings over there. They lost Tucker. And he's thinking, hey, maybe, maybe I can take Ducey's spot. He'll be out soon, and I can be the leftist, or the fake leftist on Fox News. And that'll be exciting for me. And by me, I mean
Chapter, I'm
Cenk.
gonna bring it up, the first part of it called "Do Not Obey in Advance," and he writes, most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want, and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way
We
is
talked about
teaching
this
power
very
what it
piece
can
earlier
do.
this
In
week.
other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to
But I'm
come
not
to me.
cracking down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Cenk,
don't
you're
believe
out of
your
bounds, so you should.
don't believe your lying eyes, Francesca, my lowly employee. You're very stupid and not understanding what's happening.
I didn't.
Stupid opinion.
So
And
do
because
you
you're
ex-
replicating.
Wow.
I feel
mean,
like
come
there's
on,
a
let's be
real
honest, that's what you're saying.
Cenk, I feel like there's a real misunderstanding of power in your mind, and I don't know why.
I think you're hiding behind this power dynamic.
No. I'm being totally honest. I am a contributor to
guy is
TYT.
crazy.
That I go on every time you guys
Oh
ask.
my God.
I step in a pinch often. Sometimes I don't.
You do.
I've been asked less and less as of late. Jordan
Christ,
has
Cenk.
sort of eclipsed me. It's fine. I don't give a shit.
The fall of Cenk Uygur.
But like
is
I
epic.
am but a mere
This is
contributor.
insane.
I make very little money from this show. I'm really grateful to the people who support it. I again, you have founded the TYT. You've been the head of TYT. You're one of a stalwart in broader progressive left of center media discussions. What you do is far more impactful than what I do. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay.
You have a huge footprint. You have
And it's a good thing I have the right strategy.
And when you go on shows, and you go on stages again with Charlie Kirk, it looks like an apology tour. You
Oh, you're wrong
implicate
about it.
you implicate not just everyone who's worked with you and everyone who is ostensibly on your side.
That's basically what I was saying.
But it basically makes it seem like it cheapens
Yeah.
everything that we've done and we've built. That's why I can't sleep at night. That's why I feel sick when I see you on these shows.
Mhm.
I'm just being. I mean, I guess I'm nuts. I guess I'm
Yeah.
totally crazy, and I should
You
just
are. No,
trust
right,
you
exactly.
and say yes. We need our.
No, I don't want
You're doing
reality.
the right thing. You're protecting
This is
us.
insane.
But
You
all
can't
I'm doing
believe
is
this
I'm
Cenk is
filled
doing
with
this to himself, to the
absolute
network,
despondency.
everybody
Truly.
tangentially
And
involved.
I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is
Oh, God.
trying to scratch the
is
back
painful.
of people who
Mhm.
absolutely would never do the same for them.
Exactly.
So we just spent an hour and a half me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get.
But I can
I'm
show
doing it.
you
I'm not
more
doing
clips,
it.
man.
Even though
on things we believe in and we've always believed in, and you go back to scratching.
I need a, I feel like we need an animation of Cenk scratching Charlie Kirk's back, then superimposing him saying, "I'm not scratching their back." I feel like that. I'm trying to think. It wouldn't be that hard. Just need to remember to do it. It's a lot of work, though. No, it is a lot of work. No. Well, it depends how I do it. I think it's doable. It would be hilarious.
At least the
To
trains
me,
will run
at
on
least.
time.
It'd be hilarious to me.
No. So let's end on this because this is monumentally important. So I say everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You say when I have my opinion, I'm hurting other people. But that's, do you, hold on.
You're hurting a broader movement, yeah.
Hold on.
More
Do
yelling.
you not get that privileges your position and says my position is obviously the correct one and the moral one? And since you have the incorrect, immoral one, you are implicating me in your immorality
he's saying
and
that,
your wrongness. So you really shouldn't do
Wow.
that, because that's being
wow, I can't believe he's saying that Francesca is moralizing here. Oh my God, it's so painful. Are we still live? I think we are.
to me.
I just ended the short stream because it was down to like just a couple of viewers.
You're so obviously wrong and immoral about this. You're implicating me in your immorality.
With great power comes great responsibility. That's what I'm saying.
It is definitely the correct position.
I'm saying with great power comes great responsibility. I'm giving you.
I'm so accepting, but you've gone off the reservation and you've gone rogue, Cenk. So now it is your fault for implicating the beloved far left, who are clearly.
Yeah, Francesca is disappointed. She as much as said so. I as much as said so about myself. Pretty much everybody else that we heard comment onto this up to this point said so. Everybody's disappointed in Cenk right now, aside from Charlie Kirk, who is thrilled with Cenk for coming on to Turning Points.
Have the correct position, but you really don't have the correct position. And you don't represent the left. So please stop pretending you represent the left when the voting and the polling clearly showed you don't. And it's not wrong to be center left.
Wow.
You think that it's like center left is like, no, it's, I don't know what you think it is.
I love this. Cenk's like, you don't represent the left. The polling says it. Really, Cenk? Should we look up your polling on your presidential election run? Come on, pal.
MAGA or whatever, but
you're not representing.
I said it's Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi having a baby, Cenk. I think ultimately you just need to embrace your centrism, my guy. I think you're just more of a centrist than you think.
Like I just explained it, but you don't want to hear it. I said it earlier, Franny. I'm not talking about the disgusting centrism of Manchin and all of that the mainstream media lied to us and called centrism. That's radical.
What's wrong with Manchin? Manchin works with both sides. He's a perfect example of what you're doing.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Manchin is the establishment. The fact that you can't see the difference between a left-wing populist who despises the establishment,
who's a right-wing populist,
who loves and is the establishment.
Who's a right-wing populist?
You can't see that difference is stunning.
Who's a right-wing populist? Who is a right-wing populist? Name him. Who's a right-wing populist?
On Patrick Bet-David show is definitely a right-wing populist. Dan Holloway on Drinking Bros is definitely a right-wing populist.
Vinny on PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the.
Really quickly, let's look at the nonpartisan primary election. Ballotpedia.org. Chuck Norris commercial. Roundhouse provisions. Chuck Norris has more energy now in his 80s. Here's how. Okay, so glad we have that. But look at this. What is this? Christy Smith, 36.2%. Mike Garcia, 25.4%. Stephen Knight, 17.2%. And Cenk Uygur, 6.6%. With a big, whopping total of 10,000 votes. Wow. So great. What a great guy. So representative of the American populace, this guy right here.
Bridge in Baltimore.
He does. That's right. Because they're not saints and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing populist in office? Who's a right-wing? Is it Matt Gaetz? Who's your right-wing populist in office? Is it Marjorie Greene?
I don't want reality. The new right-wing populist is absolutely clear.
It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Donald Trump.
Before I say the name, I know what's going to happen after.
What is going to happen?
You're going to think of all the bad things he said about social issues, and you're going to think, "Oh my God, Cenk likes this guy. That's why I now hate Cenk." So I'm telling you, ahead of me telling you the name, no, I do not agree with him on the social and cultural issues, and I will fight him as hard as I possibly can on those. And I don't think that he's right on
super
all
hard.
economic issues at all. But he has begun to be populist because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. Josh Hawley in the Senate.
Oh
that
my.
is now a right-wing populist. Tom Massey.
Oh my
a
God,
right-wing
Josh
populist,
Hawley.
Okay, those guys.
Josh.
You could say 1,000
Christian
terrible things about
nationalist
him,
Hawley.
but he is honest. Everybody knows he's honest. He's honest to a fault.
That is
right?
exciting.
He says some things I'm like, whoa, that's freaking crazy, right?
Wow.
But are they actual right-wing populists? Yes, they are.
He's
and the
a
number one
populist.
way you could tell if
He's
someone's
popular
going
with
to be
the
a
right.
populist is if they stop taking corporate PAC money.
Okay,
Or if
I
they
accept
never
that.
do.
I accept that. I just want to say lastly,
That is super,
I worry
super
about
exciting.
our relationship because I don't,
Oh
we don't. I
God,
don't have
it's
to,
so hard to watch.
Like,
It's
we
so
may.
hard to watch. Oh my God. It's so hard because I feel bad for Francesca, and it's like, oh my God, she genuinely does feel like she's concerned right now, and I can feel it. She is. You know what? I can understand why she's concerned. This is a bad moment for TYT and for any sort of TYT affiliated commentators right now, with him, this idiot, making just sort of the full shift rightward, being like, actually, the right's not so bad. Come on, people. Everybody's been complaining about them and saying all this nasty stuff, but we might get, if we can go far enough to the right, I might get an invitation to Mar-a-Lago.
Because I mean, I don't. I don't have to. Like, we may grow distant. You know what I mean? I'm trying to delve more into my show. I still love going on John's show and Dr. Richie's show. That's in the TYT network.
I feel like Cenk's
This
ready to
show is
cry.
on the podcast network of TYT. There's no money that really exchanges hands. You guys do help me with the podcast hosting, so I appreciate that. So I may owe y'all money. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just being honest. Like,
You don't know anybody.
but you know what I mean. I'm being honest about what our arrangement is.
Yeah.
But I worry because, we were but 5 minutes into this conversation, and you said Emma Vigeland likes the establishment, and it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't. Hang on.
Establishment
It's
Emma.
not about what she said, but it is
Illegal.
concerning that there are so many former TYT employees, and let's put
Wasn't it
Doran
just
Rubin
like my
aside,
wife's vagina?
but people like Ben Dixon and Emma Vigeland, and
But don't
even longtime contributors.
You should be
longtime
ashamed of yourself for
contributors,
having that
who were
thought.
editors like Hank. I remember Hank, and like the fact that he helped start the TYT union and now has obviously
He helped with nothing.
Okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and Ben are such. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, these are. But okay, how I'm afraid, man. Like, I'm next. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. That I'm booted out of the castle, and suddenly it's us versus them, and they're. So what does it say about TYT? What does it say about you? That there's so many former employees who are on our side ostensibly, who you have so much disdain for.
So, Franny, if you're
Yeah.
and I have this secret nefarious plan to push people out, why am I on here? Why would I come on here and talk to you for now nearly 2 hours when if I'm planning to push you, that doesn't make any sense. So number two.
No, I mean, I think, I think in this one thing, Fran's wrong. And he's right. Maybe. I don't know what he's about to say. But I think that she's wrong. I think that the reason that this is all happening is because Cenk is incapable. He's incapable of accepting when he is wrong. Okay? He's incapable of accepting that that Francesca doesn't like being called Franny. He's incapable of accepting that he has left the left and that the left didn't leave him. Right? And that he has stayed in the same spot rather than progressing in the progressive party. He stayed static, didn't like some things, and decided to start, leaning into right-wing framing on the network, went on to the biggest right-wing Republican 501c4, whatever you call it. Like Turning Points is basically, I think, the biggest one, if I'm not mistaken, at least in the country, of that particular ilk. And and now he's like, oh, why is the left leaving me, and blah blah blah. Of course I would go on there, of course. No. It's like, yeah, dude, like, it's the progressive party. You're supposed to be progress. You're supposed to keep up with with things and not be yelling at everyone for continuing to change with the people with the times, and he's just like an old man yelling now. He's an old yelling
Some
man.
people have left the network, and don't exclude Dor and Ruben, because
Man
Dor
yelling
and Ruben
old
and some
now.
others they went right, but some others went left or far left or whatever. But some group of them have the same agenda. Come watch me, come subscribe to me, not the young.
So the thing that I think I'm starting to understand is that the Bitchuation room isn't part of TYT. People are talking about in chat right now, and it's an important part of all this discussion. I don't think it's actually a TYT network affiliate anymore, or it was. I'm not sure if it was ever, but I think it was at one point. But I don't see the logo on the stream anymore. But she's been a contributor on TYT for years. That's how I found her. I used to watch TYT. I'm still like subscribed to like TYT Investigate, I think. Her and Damage Report, but I struggle to watch it lately. Just so disappointed in anybody still running that TYT logo in the corner right now.
Turks. I'm the morally pure one. I'm the right one. I'm the one that's right, and they're all evil and terrible. And don't give them money. Give me money, right? So let's keep it real. So is that everybody? Absolutely not.
Give Cenk money.
Not, okay. So a good example is Mondale Robinson. I like Mondale, and he has the similar ideological problem as you do, and he decided one day, that's it, I'm quitting, right?
Yeah.
And so, but bless his heart. That's what God
God bless Mondale. It's a good place to leave it. There's more yelling. There's at least an hour of yelling that we skipped out on this one. We're going to keep it moving and go back to what Cenk is referring to, which is from 2 weeks ago, actually, which we didn't talk about. Most of the stuff we have avoided because we're talking, I feel like we talk more current events. Oftentimes, I try not to get too far into the weeds on these sort of personality battles that crop up here and there. And mostly just I like to keep that coverage more like balanced, and if I get too focused in on these situations, it gets out of control. But this TYT thing has gotten so far like I just felt might as well just do this today. So let's go here onto the Ben Dixon show.
Also, right now, I will do no more work. I don't know why. Something just said I will do no more work with TYT though. In its current capacity, I will. Oh wow, bro! No more content. I will be on no more shows. It's over for me. Like something just told me I have to say that, and I need to put it on Twitter. I need to text Cenk and Ana. Y'all can't call me for no more shows. I'm done with it. Yeah, in real life.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Damn, that's 100.
I tell people, past couple years I've been taking paychecks from TYT. At this moment, I feel disgusted by that, dog. I don't like where TYT is right now. TYT is starting to act like, and listen, I'm telling people right now, I have not severed my relationship with TYT. I'm being a buck. So what I'm saying right now might just end that relationship.
Whoa.
No, I'm gonna say what I gotta say.
It's the anniversary night, Nick. We're not doing a relationship ending tonight.
Seriously.
No.
But that's what's happening at this point.
I'm with my family, and I'm talking to our extended family.
It's like a leftist YouTube creator version of Knives Out, started by like the massive shift with. All right, no, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but point is there's like. Damn, this it's getting so serious out there. And there's a couple of other people that have left the Young Turks that we haven't even talked about. But I'm just covering the most recent stuff, right? Because there was absolutely people before this that have left. There's been discussion about publicly about and like all of that, but we can't do it. Wait a second. Wait a freaking second. This is weird. There's somebody in my chat who's on the screen, paused right. This is weird. This is very strange. What's happening? This is I'm just gonna pretend like this isn't completely Twilight Zone right now.
I don't really know what's going on over there, dog. Like I don't know if they had some kind of meeting or was it the Christmas party or what, where they decided that we need to do what the fuck Joe Scarborough did. That
Seriously though. I haven't made that because I made that reference earlier on something else, I think. But like that is absolutely the reference. This is Joe Scarborough going to not Magalago. I almost called it Magalago. To go into Mar-a-Lago to literally tell Donald Trump, we're sorry for calling you a fascist on air. We actually would love to have a cozy little relationship together.
To say that we're gonna cover Trump, Ana, and Cenk showing up in the way they showing up, it ain't worth for me. I'm never gonna be quiet. So if they say, okay, you can't be on our shows no more, then I don't give a damn because I'm not gonna be quiet about the way that they're showing up right now. You took too
How
much.
are they showing up, Mondale?
Like MAGA, like an extension of damn Trump.
Immediately,
like,
if
bro,
not sooner.
This idea that these people ain't white supremacists, like normalizing Trump supporters as if they ain't fucking racist, dog. I am not okay with this. I'm not gonna be good with Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski or Cenk or Ana or anybody pretending that these people aren't threatening our lives. I'm a black person first. They can keep that money for them videos. I'll go back to kissing my wife and not having to create videos in the afternoon. I don't care. It's not what I'm not comfortable. We should all be mad. That was the last beacon other than Democracy Now! And Free Speech TV.
That's right.
Talking about real progressive media. Y'all took too much money from the ethos. Y'all took too much money with too many billions of views to be doing what y'all doing right now. So I don't know who offered you a check or which check you're trying to
Follow the
get.
rich white man.
But I'm disgusted by it as a contributor and a person who helped grow Rebel HQ, another money source for y'all, to over 1 million followers, dog. I average 30 million views a year on Rebel HQ myself. None of those views join my personal YouTube channel or nothing. So the pennies that they give me is not enough to make me sell my soul. I don't know what's going on. And if y'all are cool with it, I need to question y'all bona fides. And I'm not talking about YouTube personally. I'm talking about everybody who say they part of the Squirrel Gang, the Dragon Squad. I need to know what's going on. We should be asking these questions, dog. And we shouldn't be asking these questions with questions. We should be asking these questions with the lack of subscriptions.
That's right.
That's right. In that manner. I don't give you enough to pay nobody's bill, but I subscribe at $100 a month. That's a big level from one person when you got over 1 billion views. I cannot spend that $100 a month to TYT.
It's a crazy amount.
As long as they're acting as if Donald Trump followers aren't the same people who are trying to kill me and my wife. And that is not hyperbole. I live in a segregated world because I'm still getting death threats. The FBI had to get involved to get me my email back because I was hacked by these people. In real life, in this cycle, I've never thought I would say thank you to an FBI agent. The FBI agent called me and was like, you're in danger. Your wife can't travel by herself. So these people, and out of love and respect for my wife, I'm obligated to do it today. I'm asking real questions. Cenk, Ana, and also TYT, what are we doing?
You know what I mean? So my thing is, for our viewers who have not watched that, could we get some exacts?
These
put that and compile that into
I don't know about
what
you.
exactly? Because
But me personally, I love these. I don't know what they're doing for these these subtitles, the captions, but they are great. They're fantastic. I like how it bounces and changes color when it's on a specific word. wondering what they're using for that.
Maybe we can like put that and compile that into like.
I know it's way off topic.
What exactly?
I couldn't help it.
Because I like TYT. I'm over here like I hate to be like this, but I'm over here like.
Oh shit!
Kinda
Zero
innocent.
Megastar just
Oh,
cheered
Megastar.
100 bits. Ana
Thank you.
already said she's afraid to talk to a black person.
Anna already said she's afraid to talk to a black person. That's yeah. Yeah, and having to step over the homeless on the streets is repressing her. Thank you for the biddies on Twitch. Much appreciated. Helping keep the Galactic News Network alive.
Whenever I turn on TYT, I see some shit that I like. And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, because I don't watch them every day, all day. I don't watch them.
That's not what we're talking about.
And that's,
We're not talking.
and that's what I was saying earlier about how it's sort of like a poison pill, right? There's and the fact that they've been in the space for so long, they have a sort of a reputation. They're able to, launder these things, right? And sure, launder does sort of give a certain connotation to it, a sort of intentional connotation, but that's what it feels like now, especially with what Cenk has been coming out and talking about. I've been trying to some degree, just, not talk about it on this channel, but it's got, like I said, it's gotten to a certain point, and like the fact is they have a huge progressive left-leaning audience that are now being sort of incepted with insane right-wing framing coming from Cenk, coming from Ana. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson in chat. Oh, no.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
What are you doing here, Jordan B. Peterson?
Aren't I a good guy?
About TYT, there are great progressive ideologies on TYT, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
But you cannot disconnect TYT from Cenk and Anna's behavior since this election happened.
That's right.
So this is specific talking points that
these ain't talking points, but they doing videos, creating content, talking about, well, I met one person who changed my heart. He's a Trump voter, and he wasn't like. I don't care about that, dog. We know what's going on. There have been real thought leaders, people who are professors at college who White Rural Rage was written this election cycle. And those brothers who wrote that, two white professors from the University of Maryland and other spaces, and yeah, so let's just leave it there, who articulated what it means to be a Trump supporter. I'm not okay with it, dog. And I think this idea that saying or calling white supremacy is equated to calling yourself closed-minded is wrong. We don't want
Seriously
to be closed-minded.
But like, dude, he was just saying the same thing to like MLH. He was saying it to Francesca. He was, essentially claiming that anybody on the right is was at turning points. It wasn't clear who he was specifically trying to defend, but it was basically vaguely right-wingers, Republicans as being white nationalists or white supremacists, whatever it might be. He thought that was unfair name calling, and it's like, dude, what happened? What the fuck happened to you? I remember when you used to be supposedly fighting against those very people that you're now claiming were being mean to or being unfair. It's a witch hunt.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, it's out of control. What happened to this guy?
Where's the energy you had before the election outcome? Why now is it not okay to call fascism fascism? Why
not
now
fair.
is it not okay to call these people who won't even question or saying that J6ers are heroes and hostages? Why is
Mondale.
Only allowed to talk about how good people are. If you say something bad, you're going to jail. That's illegal.
Illegal. Anna's doing this though,
Anna's father going.
Anna's leading the way in it. Hang on, I don't pull up a.
Wow, bro, really? I didn't hear enough of what she said. What did she say?
There you go.
Like just being on Glenn Beck is different. If you're going on Glenn Beck and cussing his ass out,
Talking about individuals.
And I'm not trying to make up for nobody. I'm just
listen, Marcus, listen.
All right.
Here we go.
In reality, we're talking about individuals whose politics is mostly based on you know, some fringe issue or some cultural issue that they have, it's not just that they care about that issue, it's that they've taken that issue and they've made it part of their identity, the core of who they are. And it's almost like what you would expect from religious zealots, you know? And so there's a fundamentalism involved in the way that they treat these issues, and there's no room.
This is amazing. Anybody remember us watching Glenn Beck on stage with all of his props? He hasn't changed a bit since he first got on TV. Still loves the props, still loves the chalkboard. He had that chalkboard, and out there, he whipped out Bibles. Right, like he, you know, started talking about like the fact that she's here sitting in front of Glenn Beck, talking about how somehow the left is filled with religious zealots. Oh my God! Oh yeah, oh yeah, you're right. It is. It's just a bunch of religious zealots.
In the way that they treat these issues, and there's no room to negotiate.
It's like Glenn Beck definitely gets an erection every time he hears the words religious zealot.
There's no room.
She's talking about the left.
To maybe consider the thought and concerns of individuals. And so as they become more and more kind of like authoritarian in what they demand, they are pushing people away. And there are some issues in which the rights of one group might actually end up conflicting with the rights of another group, depending on what type of legislation you're pursuing. And so, of course, this has come up with the trans issue. And I've always been supportive of the transgender community, but
really,
when the rights of transgender people, particularly transgender women, start to cause some tension with the rights and freedoms of women or the perceived safety of women, well, let's have a conversation and avoid assuming the worst of the people who want to have that conversation.
White women are in danger, bro.
Our conversation has entered the gutter, and you're now disengaging. I'm so sorry, Doctor. I am so sorry.
There's no point in you betraying your future self
Listen,
to
let me tell you
gratify
something.
your present self.
This woman, that statement in itself is so dangerous, and that ain't even it. Like if you just pull up some of the stuff she put on her Instagram, all of that is crazy enough, bro. I am disgusted with this willing to play games and the fact that they're saying that we are zealots, we are religious zealots on the left. Come on, bro.
To Glenn Beck. To Glenn Beck, right? The king of religious zealotry in conservative media, right? Here, but it's not that they're going on these platforms, it's that they're going on these platforms and they're trying to make nice with people who are literally trying to destroy not only democracy, because some people don't care about democracy. I do, but they're also actively trying to destroy the lives of 20 million of the migrant working class. Right? Let's not talk about all the everyone they're going to what they're doing with Obamacare, what they're doing with Social Security, what they're doing with Medicare, what they're doing with Medicaid. That's just the surface of it. The 50% of federal employees they're getting ready to boot out. You know how many black people that's going to hurt? Right? So they're going.
They almost shut down the government.
They're going to platforms making nice with people who have the most nefarious intentions for us at the moment. And thank you for saying it the way you did, Mondale. At the precise moment when we need progressive media on lock. We need progressive media hitting on all cylinders. And we got them instead over there trying to make nice with Glenn Beck and Tim Pool and all the rest of them. For what? For why? For clicks?
Hold on. I gotta go further. We need to clip this, what I'm about to say.
Clip it.
Okay, but
hold on. I want you to land it. I want you to land your plane. But right now, my soul is saying I gotta do this.
All right, go ahead.
As an anniversary gift to me and my wife, if you are watching this show right now and you subscribe to TYT, unsubscribe, and you need to get a paid subscription to Ben Dixon.
Yep.
Right now. If you love us, if you're serious about progressive policies and you won't just do it, you will screenshot me saying this and tag Cenk in it and Ana in it and TYT in it and Rebel HQ and share it because
absolutely do that. And if you've already done that, if you're already like beyond that point, you're like, man, I've already been subscribed to Ben, I've already unsubscribed to TYT, I'm sick of it. And you're here watching this show and you're thinking, man, you know, it's the holidays. got like a few extra dollars burning a hole in my pocket. Well, guess what? You can also contribute here, where we're going to try and stay as progressive as possible. Just $3 a month, literally, will get you a galactic Patreon subscription. Incredible amount of benefits there, unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Just an idea, you know, if you've already done this. You know.
Progressives cannot become Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party and the establishment, because when we do that, we become unsalty. And Ben Dixon can tell you what it means when the salt of the world loses its salt.
When the salt loses its savor. Listen, I wasn't going to directly say send your subscriptions to me, but I also ain't going to miss the blessing that Mondale set up. But I will say this, wherever you send your subscriptions, I can tell you the majority report ain't moved an inch from their values. Seriously. That's good ground. You can show them seriously.
Seriously,
the Vanguard, them two.
That's a great point. Like, you know, Sam Cedar. The fact is, we watch so many Sam Cedar videos. I almost forget to mention, just, you know, he's a great counter example to this. It's like, dude, when has Sam Cedar changed his sort of view on these things? When has he like made some sort of radical right-leaning shift on things? It doesn't happen. I've never seen it happen, and he's been going forever. If anything, he's just solidified and researched his views even more, and, you know, found different ways of talking about the same things, and that's it.
Two cool white boys over at the Vanguard, they haven't moved from their values, right?
Ben Dixon. Ben Dixon.
At the expense of my own well-being. I've never moved from my values, man. I've walked away from many opportunities. Ask Sean King. I walked away before I would betray my values. We need left-leaning media now more than ever. And if TYT is not going to be that, then you need to end your subscriptions and send it to folks who going to hold the line, who's going to look at these fascists in their face and say, if you're going to take anybody, take me first. That's the only attitude to have right now.
Hold on. There's only one thing I have to say, man. I'm not even trying to go against anything that's going on. We need to talk about the attitude of how we got here. And I'm asking that question for a reason. How did we get to a point where
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
With people who want to, like,
Marcus, you know, you went to Florida A&M, one of the, if not the smartest. I don't care what people say. And I went to 2 HBCUs and none of them were FAMU. One of the smartest historical black colleges. You know why Harriet Tubman had a gun. It won't just be white folks. It was for them Negroes that was supposed to be running with us that were willing to go back and their feet were hurting.
Oh, yeah. Master got chicken cooking tomorrow.
Look, because think about it. If you really, thank you for setting it up just like that. Think about it. Like, her one gun wasn't going to do a whole lot against all the white guns that would have came up against her. But you know what it did? It solved the problem of them Negroes who was a problem trying to get out, get free. There's always going to be a subset of us, whether it's in the black community, we got them in the black community. The same folks who sold us out on the west coast of Africa in the first place, same folks who sold out Harriet Tubman in the first place, all these people in our history, they in present today.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I'm busy right now. I'm asking you questions directly. Do you have a paid subscription like TYT? A website where people can go, because it's time out. I'm saying I'm calling time out, and people should know I have no financial gain from Ben Dixon. I get no money from Ben Dixon.
I mean, this was insane. This is completely insane. Because the fact is, this was basically a shot fired by Mondale here. Fact is, you know, like, this was live on air, him telling people to unsubscribe from his host network, the place that paid his checks, saying, I'm good on TYT. I think people should definitely stop fucking with them. Here's a better creator for you to fuck with right now. Just an idea for you. And, you know, it's not even a little bit subtle. It's just a direct shot across the bow saying, TYT has lost its way. Cenk, Uygur, and Ana, and all these people are, here's the receipts, right? We all pull up all these clips saying, and showing all the shit that Ana and Cenk have been saying. It's just beautiful in a horrifying way, because it's almost poetic, and it's just the fact is, like we just saw 2 days ago, the same thing is going on, but like with Francesca, the day before that, Marc Lamont is like, what the fuck are you doing? It's a wild vibe. And yeah, like, who's saying that? Yeah, like Mitty saying TYT has been circling the drain for a while now, and it's just solidifying. They're finding the bottom of that drain now. It truly feels that way.
I do get money from TYT. Do you have a website or where people can go for get subscriptions? And we need more from you. We need more content. We need you putting up more progressive voices. It is time out for people that are willing to sell us out. We got to tell them, not on our watch. Amy Gilligan can't do it by herself. Democracy now is not enough. It's not enough.
It's true.
Subscribe. Patreon. I'm over it.
It's a great point. We also have Patreon. But continue to spread that good galactic word out there, down on Earth, wherever you may be.
I'm over it.
Patreon.com/the
We're going to continue to try and stick to our
There we
values.
are on my Patreon page. I put us up last week. Patreon.com/the BPD show. And I mean, listen, high key.
I can't help myself but continue to plug my own channel while they talk about their own plugs. Come on.
Like, to be honest with you, it don't.
Is that fair?
Just
is that wrong?
fundamentally doesn't make any sense for anybody to be an ally of us. I'm not a group think. First off, guys,
their video views have dropped. Their subscriber numbers have dropped. They went negative on a month-over-month basis recently, something they hadn't done in quite a while. But yeah, the network is not doing good. It's doing very bad. I check the Social Blade once in a while I'm checking my own, which doesn't happen very often. But and I'm like, from time to time, I'm like, I wonder how I'm doing.
anybody watching clickbaity political thirst trap, I am not a group thinker. I think on my own as a grown ass man, right? And I am fundamentally surprised that these two who have championed a lot of issues, even of race, that would like kind of dismiss a whole movement. I'm not even gonna lie, but if it really happened, that shit is problematic. So go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, because here's what it is, though. It's the fact that there's a couple things. If you watch the main show, you're still going to get some decent progressive politics, right? You're going to get enough progressive politics for you to not really be completely aware of what's going on. If you listen to Ana and Cenk on social media, on Twitter, on their Instagrams, if you listen to their little videos, if you listen to the interviews that they're doing in other places, you see them actively making nice with the very people who are going to be destroying this country in a very short order. And they're doing it. And they're doing it. Go ahead.
Being what you said, I'm announcing right now, I will do no more work. I don't know why. Something just said, I will do no more work with TYT, though. In its current capacity, I will.
Oh, wow, bro.
No more content. I will be on no more shows. It's over for me. Like something just told me I have to say that. And I need to put it on Twitter. I need to text Cenk and Ana. Y'all can't call me for no more shows. I'm done with it. Yeah, in real life.
Serious?
That's big.
I'm serious.
Damn, that's 100.
I love Dr. Richie. Somebody said, "What about Dr. Richie?" That's the only reason I have tears. That's the only reason I have tears in my eyes because I love Dr. Richie.
Shout out to Dr. Richie.
I love Dr. Richie more than I love the ground that I feel that I need to stand on in this point.
Tell them to listen to Democracy Now. They should listen to Democracy Now. If you watch this channel on a regular basis, you certainly will get some incepted into your brain.
Richie
through
is
the
a
ether.
super strong will and will be for successful in everything. He got a million jobs for a reason. But this right now is me saying I can voice TYT in his current age. And if it means I'm never going to be in relationship with those people again, I accept that. But it's over at this point.
Damn.
Yeah.
I
Okay, perfect place to end it. All right, people. So sorry. We're going to have to call that the end of the stream because I got to do a couple things before we do another stream later today. So hope you enjoyed this one and hope to see you later. If you haven't already hit that like button, don't forget to subscribe. What's happening? There we go. Well, we got through another stream, it would seem. That's gonna be it for now. But until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Betty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Bach, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Jogi, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork's Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. You too can help produce the show with your eyes and ears just got done enjoying on Patreon.
Are you not entertained?
Also, for those of you who are hoping for more galactic content, don't worry, we will be doing another show later tonight at the normal time. So, don't forget to bring your calendar.